I was a rockin' and a rollin' down AM 508 when a little birdie told me about this sweet little case. I was ducking and a diving through the ITX flames when a cool gust of air hit me square in the face. You think that you're tiny, but I hard disagree. You think that you're spacious, but there's nothing to see. You think that you're funny, but I think you're a fool. They call me Cooler Master because I'm effortlessly cool. I was slipping and a sliding down SFF way. Opti and Devin said to me, deal on an R200p. I was searching and a scheming through Amazon way. Bezos put a twink in my eye, and our 200p max for only $169. You think that you're tiny, but I hard disagree. You think that you're spacious, but there's nothing to see. You think that you're funny, but I think you're a fool. They call me Cooler Master because I'm effortlessly cool. Disagree. Think that you're spacious, but there's nothing to see. You think that you're funny, but I think you're a fool. They call me Cooler Master because I'm effortlessly cool. They call me because I'm effortlessly cool. It costs too much. It costs too much. I gave it all. But it costs too much. Every day I'm a slave to corporate men on higher pay. Just wanna sit and game after another hard day. But GPU ballooned in price, CPU are hard to find, motherboards aren't coming down, and PSU now. My paycheck can't stretch no more. The government took it all, so I'll just sit and churn. I've been priced out of fun. My GTX is running dry. Battlefield can't say goodbye. What happened to the common people? Why have we been left behind? Stuck here, the last cent in my pay packet is buying Jensen's 13th jacket. GPU ballooned in price, CPU are hard to find, mother
sky is falling down, dark days are here. Machinations will halt in a world of fear. But you and me are true, I know just what to do. Walk with me, it's time we fly. Escape Armageddon tonight. When your lips meet my lips in this apocalypse, I know I've made it through. When your hand meets my hand in this cold predicament, I know I've made it through. Sun is folding up, the light has gone out. The 1% took it to the detriment of all. But you and me are here with a million things to see. Get out that bedroom, open your eyes, turn the PC off tonight. When your lips meet my lips in this apocalypse, I know I've made it through. When your hand meets my hand in this cold predicament, I know I've made it through. We knew this day would come, they asked long. We weren't in the street while the wealthy sowed their greed. When your lips meet my lips in this apocalypse, I know I've made it through. When your hand meets my hand in this cold predicament, I know I've made it through. When your lips meet my lips in this apocalypse, I know I've made it through.
In town, have hit hard times. We had a good thing, but we're going downhill. The 10-900K was a nippy beast, and the 12-700K was a tasty piece. But since those days, something's not been right. Come on and tell, sort it out, get back in the fight. Sort your chips out, baby. Sort your chips out, baby. Or we're all doomed. Sort your chips out, baby. Or monopoly ensues. First they came with pricing cuts, and then they came with cores. Then they came at us with 3D cash as the final blow. But in these days of rising kings, Intel's just a pawn. We need something spectacular to keep us afloat. We're banking on our laptop chips to act as a moat. There's not much I can do. My credit cards are maxed, and I see ambidextrous CPUs coming to attack. So your chips out, baby. So your chips out, baby. Or we're all doomed. So your chips out, baby. Or monopoly ensues. Baby, please, just a great value i7 with an upgrade path. Baby, please, just an i5K for under 175. So your chips out, baby. So your chips out, baby. Or we're all doomed. So your chips out, baby. Our monopoly ensues. So your chips out, baby. We're all. So your chips out, baby. Sort your chips out, baby. Or we're all doomed.
I always shoot to kill. If it's crucial or G-skill, I'll always deal my blow to Patriot and more. But today I'm feeling something, a changing in the winds. A kit for $90 is now 176. The DDR is gone. AI took it all. Can we never catch a break? Can we never have cheap PCs? I'll show those fat cats something. Just give me one excuse. When the new day's dawning, brothers rise up with me. I always wait for deals. My suit is clean today. Black Friday coming up, but it seems darker still. I only wanna play a stupid game for 3 hours after work. I've worked so damn hard.
Samsung SK Hynix Devil comes in threes.
GPT and Sora are a rotten disease. DDR is gone. AI took it all. Can we never catch a break? Can we never have cheap PCs?
Bada bing, bada boom. Good morning, ladies, especially ladies and gentlemen. Okay, so we will get to computers in just a minute, but got something much more important. Now, I want you to imagine for just a moment that this says Coca-Cola and this says Pepsi. We'll ignore the fact that these are imitation brands because I can't afford the real ones. Which of the colas should I go for? The imitation Coke or the imitation Pepsi? Because I'm the kind of guy I like both, you know what I'm saying? Come on then. Imitation Coke, imitation Pepsi. And whilst you guys are deciding on the cola of choice, I will address the chat. So, I want to see if I can highlight a chat message such that it comes up on the screen. I don't know. So let's answer the first question in the chat. So we've got ShadowNet that says, he thinks he's scored a brand new Gigabyte RTX 5090 WindForce OC for €2,500. Waiting for confirmation Monday. Do you know if they come in shrink wrap or anti-tamper stickers? Oh, that is a good question. So, on the last stream, we did use a Gigabyte 5090 WindForce. And usually, Gigabyte cards, the outside isn't sealed, like the outside of the box is, you just open it. But the anti-static bag on most Gigabyte cards have this like yellow, it says Gigabyte qualified or something on it. So that's how you'll know, I think. But the actual box itself usually isn't sealed with Gigabyte, if I remember correctly. Now, can I... No, I can't do anything from within OBS. I'm trying to get the comment to like pop up here so that everyone can see it. I need to work out how to do that. I'm just going to go to streamlabs.com and see if I can do it that way. Oh, I've got to log in, for God's sake. If it makes me do two-factor authentication, I'm just not going to even try. Please just let me in, thank you. Hopefully everybody's doing well. Good to see everybody in the chat. We've got Philo, we've got Gary. We've got Johns, we've got Timmy. The classic gang is here. What I'd like to see, ladies and gentlemen. Right, so if I go to my dashboard, can I view my Streamlabs from online? Basically, I don't know, maybe you guys will know how I can get a comment to like pop into the corner. If it doesn't work in a minute, I am going to give up. I almost put Timmy into timeout then by accident. So you can pin messages on there, but you can't Streamlabs it. Oh well. Okie dokie. So let's answer these questions anyway. So we've got Timmy says, do you use a NAS to store content? Yeah, I do. I use a NAS for lots of things actually. I put lots of like videos, music and stuff on it as well. I use the Ugreen one. I'll see if I can find a link for you. It works really well. And you can fit a decent amount in it. And if you run out of space, you can add USB hard drives as well, and they'll still work. So that's pretty good. Let me see what NAS it is, and I'll pop a little link in the chat. It's only a 4-bay. I don't know if that's good enough for you or not, but I always run them in. I've got, so my media disks, they run as what's called JBOD, which means you've got 2 hard drives and they just pool the storage together and it appears as though it's one big drive. And then my content server, which I put all my like recordings and clips on and stuff, that's in whichever RAID it is that does a full clone. I can't remember which RAID it is. I think it's, I don't know. I can't even remember now. But that's what I've got it as. Oh no, so it's not, do they still make this? So it's the DXP 4800 Ugreen. I was hoping to put in a link into the chat. I mean, this is the closest one, but I didn't pay anything close to this amount. I paid something like £300 for this, but I did get it on Black Friday. So let me put it in the chat. So this is the NAS. But okay. What else have we got before we jump into this build? Good price at the minute for the Shadow? Well, relatively speaking, yeah. So do you know what's funny about this? Let me just swap over to the other cat. Everyone's going with Pepsi, so we're going to go with the imitation Pepsi. And I actually completely agree. I think Pepsi tastes much better than Coca-Cola. And, perhaps a little bit rogue, I think that Diet Pepsi or Pepsi Max or Coke Zero or whatever tastes better than the full sugar one. I don't know how people drink that full sugar Coke, man. It's gross. So we'll do that. Good price at the minute for the Shadow. So let me swap you over to another view so you can see the Shadow. Whoosh. Now, I saw this. One thing I hate is when they put the stickers directly on the box like this, because you can never get this off cleanly, right? But one thing I noticed is I bought this from a shop called More Cocoa in the UK, which is an electronics dealer that's been around for a little while. This was £784, including tax. But one thing I've noticed is there's a sticker there. And I know More Cocoa don't hold these in stock. They drop ship them from a distributor. I have an account with this distributor. This card is not even stocked by this distributor. So there's some weird dealings going on there where certain retailers are getting preferential treatment for sure. So I thought I'd highlight that. Did I see that hard drives will go up because of AI? Well, I guess that makes sense, right? Although the problem with hard drives is that isn't it a bit slow for real-time AI? I don't know. I don't really use hard drives anymore. I've got about 100 terabytes worth of hard drives now. I don't think I'm going to need any more for a long time. And they're going out of fashion, really. They're obviously still useful for NAS, aren't they? If you're going to put a load of cold storage in place, but yeah. It's the last you got. So how Ben got one that was non-price inflated. Well, that's pretty good. I do have. Oh, I've lost my train of thought. Somebody wrote fake Pepsi in the chat and it distracted me. The last one's not price inflated. So I've got a pre-order with scan.co.uk for a Zotac for $699. But it's been sitting there for about 4 weeks, so I don't think they're actually going to fulfill it, are they? Oh, you've got that NAS, have you, Timmy? Yeah, it's good. I kept the RAM as it is. I didn't find it slowed me down. I don't know how much into NAS you are, but I run a Jellyfin server on mine, which works really well. But with the Jellyfin, if you set it to use the integrated graphics on the Intel CPU in that NAS, it helps a lot with the transcoding. It's way, way better. So if you want to, if you want to view it remotely or something, you can get much better transcoding if you use the iGPU. So there we go. So John says, do you get Windows 11 licenses from CD key websites or from official sources? I get them on an OEM bulk basis, essentially. And because of the licensing, I'm not allowed to say anymore. Sorry. But I know I'm not allowed to also recommend that you use a key reseller because technically it's against Microsoft's terms of service, I think. Maybe. I can't remember. But in the real world, they don't care. So I think you could get one from a CD key website and be fine. I'm just officially, as a company director, not allowed to officially recommend it. So read between the lines or don't. I know some who say they taste the same. Well, they're both cola, right? But but the Pepsi's just it's just a bit smoother. I think the Coca-Cola is a little bit gassier, if you know what I mean. Why SSD is so cheap and RAM also? I don't think so. Is this guy okay, Devs Kumar? Are you all right? Are you having a bit of a moment there? Just use Linux. We won't be using Linux because you can't play every game on it. Once you can play every game on Linux and use every application, then I think Linux will be fantastic. But let's not kid ourselves. Linux might be ready for enthusiasts, but it's not ready for the general public. And you're going to really struggle to change my mind on that one. Diet Pepsi and 2 slices of New York style pizza. Tyler says, would you upgrade to a 4060 Ti from a 3060 12 gig? Probably not if you're paying at 1080p. If you're paying 1440, yeah, probably. Although I think the 4060 Ti had the split VRAM thing, didn't it? Where it was 8 and 16, so I don't know, it depends which one you can get. 4060 Ti was fine, actually. It was not terrible, not good. You become brain dead. That's okay, Kumar. Happens to the best of us, my friend. All right, let's get some parts unboxed. Usually I unbox them before the stream, but my gym session went on a little bit too long. Star of the show, the Ventus. Now, I'm not snobby about GPU models at all. I think they all perform exactly the same. But what I will say is, the MSI Ventus, I generally haven't had the best experiences with. I mean, they work fine, and they're going to get the job done. They just, I keep getting distracted because Gary's just told me about the Vibe Cola tasting better than real Coke, and actually, I'm kind of on board with that. But essentially, I find sometimes the Ventus models, the cooling isn't as good, so they run a bit louder. But I haven't tried a 4070 Ti of the Ventus, so we'll find out soon. It's generally the one model, like, if there's one within 10 quid, I'd go for the other one. But, you know what, I think it's still going to be fine. It's a triple fan model, it's decently thick. I can't see it being an issue. It's definitely new because the tag is in place, which is nice. MSI is another one where they don't always put the tape on the outside of the box. And we've got the shrink wrap on there. Most GPUs will come with a plastic wrap on them like this. That's how you know they're new. I think there's a couple of exceptions. Inno3D and Palette sometimes don't put all this plastic shroud on them, so that's something to be aware of, but most of them will. Change font color to black because of wood and white. Yeah, you're right. The problem is we'll end up going to another part of the stream later where it's dark and then you won't be able to see the black text. So I'll just leave it as it is, and then when the scene changes, you'll be able to see it. It's not critical information anyway. What's the difference between 3-fan GPU and 2-fan? One of them has 1.5 times as many fans. I don't think there are any 2-fan 5070 Ti's, as far as I know. I don't think it. Well, you might get away with it if it's got a really good heat pipe arrangement, but most of them are 3-fan. In fact, I think probably all of them are. Right, or reserve a couple of these to plug into the back so that the customer doesn't try to use the motherboard integrated graphics, because that happens all the goddamn time. But these are getting so prohibitively expensive now, like they're like 110 quid more than they were like a month ago. It kind of sucks, man. Because this was one of the good ones. Like, I think the 5070 Ti got a little bit of bad press at the start, but I actually think this is one of the best in the whole lineup from Nvidia, because you can get it's essentially a flagship GPU. I think, like, you can do pretty much everything on this. You can do 4K without any issues, and you don't have to pay that extra. You get the 16 gigs of RAM. Like, I think it was overall. I say was like it's dead, but you know. This was. I always thought the 5070 Ti was the really sweet value pick until recently. Hellben says I'm the heatsink for your Samsung SSD. So it depends. Do you mean just like the sticker, or do you mean you bought the Samsung with the metal heatsink on it? Because I mean, unless it's a Gen 5 drive, it doesn't matter. It's all going to be the same. If it's a super fast Gen 5 drive, they usually have really thick heat sinks, don't they? So sometimes the one that they come with is better than the one on the motherboard. Kumar, I'm just trolling you, mate. Performance difference. Well, it's mainly noise, isn't it, and cooling. I think generally any models of graphics card nowadays that have two fans will have the same FPS performance, most likely, but you'll lose overclocking headroom and a little bit of cooling. But if you just want like performance per pound, the two fan ones are usually fine for most models. I mean, 5070s are fine with two fans. 9060 XT 16 gigs are really good with two fans. You do not need a 3-fan cooler for that. Same with 5060 Ti. Oh, so this one comes with a nice little anti-sag, so that's handy. We will not be using that ugly ass adapter because we don't need it. All right. This back in as well. It's just a Gen 4. Well, I think then, Hellben, it doesn't really matter. It would be mainly an aesthetic concern. What I will say is, if you bought the one that came with the factory installed heatsink, sometimes trying to take those off can be a little bit dodgy. So just bear that in mind. You might be better off just leaving as it is and then putting it in one of your lower slots if it doesn't have heat sinks on it on the motherboard already. Do you know what I mean? All right. So GPU is unboxed. Now, I think the perfect... I'm waiting to use the phrase Sherlock Holmes. Well, I'm glad that I was able to pop that particular cherry for you. So I think this is the best CPU at the moment. Ryzen 7800X3D. Because I get these at around £295, which is a bit less than retail. But at that price, it's irresistible. Like, it's £100, £105 less than the 9800X3D. And I think for most people, you're not going to really notice the difference. You're getting the benefits of the 3D cache. Absolutely fantastic. So 7800X3D, I think, is the absolute gem of CPUs at the moment. It's the real big brain play on CPUs. And some of you may not be aware that Sapphire make motherboards. So we've got the Sapphire Pulse B850M Wi-Fi, £110 from scan.co.uk at the moment, which is irresistible, I think. And this will be a micro ATX build, so that's why we've gone with a micro board. But one thing I really like about the Sapphire boards, it's just the design. They're just very, in terms of the aesthetics. So if we undo this now, I do wonder if they're making them themselves or getting them OEM'd. I think they are making them themselves. Because anyone that knows about NZXT motherboards knows that they're actually just ASRock motherboards with a different skin on them. Whereas I think these do seem to be actually made by Sapphire, or at least a different company to the other big players. So let's have a look. So what I like about these Sapphire boards, this one and the Nitro, both of them, is they don't go like, put loads of gamery, like gaudy rubbish on them. They're just like a straightforward dark design. Fantastic. You've got your X16 slot nice and high. That's what we want. We want it in the top position for a micro build. And then we've got the two heat sinks on the SSDs. The VRM is kind of like meh, but for the money it's good. It's a 7-phase VRM. So that'll be enough for any of your Ryzen 5s and Ryzen 7s. If you want to run your Ryzen 9s, you'll get away with it. You might not get the same boost clocks that you might get on a 10-phase or better. But it's just, they just look really nice. I don't know, I haven't really tried to do any heavy tuning or overclocking on these, but I suspect they're probably not going to be as good as the established brands just because their BIOS won't be as mature yet. But I don't know that, that's just speculation. So you can do your own research on that. But pretty nice, you've got a 7-phase VRM with a pretty fat heatsink on it. One of the issues is it doesn't come with an integrated I/O shield, which is a bit unfortunate. But it does come with quite a lot of USB ports, so that's good. No USB-C on the back, which is another compromise with the Pulse. With the Nitro Plus, you're going to get all these other features, and it's only about 30 quid more. So for a longer term sort of build for myself, I'd probably go with the Nitro Plus. It's not much more, and you're getting like a huge VRM on that. So it's pretty good. And Kumar's an Intel fanboy. Why be a fanboy? Just get whichever one is good at the time. I don't really care. Tyler says, what's your team in the Premier League? Probably Arsenal, although I don't watch a lot of football anymore, if I'm quite honest. This will be a fun one as well. Nice looking build in like a wood Corsair case. We'll get to that in a second. John says, where did the empty GPU boxes go? These, obviously every build that you see on the channel is a customer build. So they've ordered it from my website, PC36, and we ship it out to them. So we always include the graphics card box, and the motherboard box with every purchase always goes in the box to the customer. As long as we have the retail box and we haven't bought it plain box, that will always go to the customer. And then we'll try and include every single component box that we get with it, as long as it fits within the large box. Usually that means you're guaranteed to get the GPU box, the PSU box, and the motherboard box anytime you buy a PC from us. The other boxes, we try to include them if there's space, because they're no good to us. It's much better for us to let you have them than for us to keep them. So yeah. So Hal Ben says, for DDR4 builds, which AMD CPU would you recommend for an architect who works on 3D and CAD? So you could get, so it depends. Well, I mean, why do you want to go for AMD with this? Would you not prefer to go with an Intel? You've got the hybrid architecture, it might be better. You could get something a bit newer, you know, like a 14900F is pretty good. You don't need the K particularly, something like that. But if you did want to stick with AMD Ryzen, you could go with something like a 5900 XT. That's the version of the 5950X, but it's like a legacy version that they're still making. So yeah, jealous of the Sapphire board. Dude, these are nice. I only found out about them about a month ago. And I think they look gorgeous in terms of, like, you know, they look good, they feel good. This one is like more of an entry to mid board, but you're not going to find anything better for £110. And then you've got the Nitro Plus, which is even better than this one. Okay, let's run through some other bits. So you've got power supply, Montex Century 2, 850 watt gold in the UK. This is the best value power supply out there at the moment. You can get these for around £80 to £85. 10-year warranty, 80 plus gold, cybernetics platinum, everything you need from an 850 watt power supply. Really nice. And it's ATX 3.1 certified, which you definitely need with a modern system now. SSD, Bywin 7400. I bought a load of these in bulk recently for £95 a pop. I think that was a good decision because they've gone up a lot. Acer Predator RAM. This is also OEM'd by Bywin. You'll notice that the design language is very similar. These are just some 32 gig 6000 C36 kit. I bought these for £235 around a month ago. Again, bought a big pallet of these. As it's obviously needed for my PC building business, took advantage when that deal came up. Bought them in bulk. Graduated from Marshall University. I don't know where that is, but America is so big. You know, there's going to be thousands of universities. So it is an MSI card. I wish I had that. I wish I had a waifu card. If Yeston want to send anything out, or Power Color, obviously they're welcome to. Intel have more core and more clock speed. I mean, I don't know. You can do what you want. I don't really care actually about the technology of it. I just care what it does for the customer. So at the moment, AMD is on top. But if you're on a budget, 14600K Intel is really the way to go at the moment. Trying to weigh your options between AMD and Intel. I think you're not gonna you're not going to go wrong either way, but 14900F or even 12900F or 12900 flat would both be good choices, I think. Right, so I think we just start building. We'll introduce the other parts later, just because they're quite bulky. And then we'll go West Virginia, beautiful. Yo, that's it, Gary. I have to save all my money for buying pallets of RAM. I mean, it was basically a pallet. It came in a box, but you know, for poetic license, I say pallet. But it was about 40 kits. Okay. Where am I from? I am from. Where can I say I'm from? I'm from Greenland, actually, and I'm a little bit worried. It depends on the budget, Hellben, really. Yeah, you got some good options there. Yeah. I think either way you're going to be fine, you know. You will be able to get a faster CPU if you get the 14900F. That will probably be faster than the Ryzen AM4. Yeah, I got a good deal on that RAM. It was ages ago I bought it though. Business is not booming at the moment, let me tell you that. It has really fallen off a cliff, but that does often happen in February, in fairness. Because I've had to increase my prices, but I've only done it very slightly short of what the actual price has gone up, because I've still got some of this. So like the builds on the website, they're priced to have RAM as part of it as like £235, because that's what I paid for the RAM. Once I run out of that RAM, then the prices have to go up more. It really sucks. So first thing I always do on any build is the SSD. So let's put that in. You have Highlands. Oh, nice. There's lots of, most places in the US are actually named in a similar way, aren't they? Like over places in England. Like even, you know, sometimes there's like really small towns in England that are actually quite big, like metropolitan areas in the US. So these ByWins, they're fast. I mean, the clue's in the name, 7400, PCI 4. They don't have a DRAM buffer, but you don't need that for gaming, really. As long as it's got a host memory buffer, then you're all good. So we'll slot that in. Oh, thanks, Gary. I appreciate it. Some of them are better value than others. I mean, like if you look at the... So we did that build last week with the 5090 and 9800X3D in the tiny case. And that one is one that I've offered and 2 people have bought them. But I'll be the first to tell you that they're very, very expensive. Just because of the amount of time that has to go into the research on how to make them work with those settings, the time it spends having to tune them. Whereas if you just get a more standard sort of micro or a mid tower, the pricing is a lot better. Some of them are good. I mean, the best pricing if you want a PC36 computer in the UK is if you go to the section at the top of the page in the navigation bar that says discounts and ready to ship. So those are all PCs that are ready to ship out, obviously, and they have the best prices. And the prices will never go up on those because those PCs are already built. And you have my word for that. You know, I will never increase the prices on the PCs that are already built. It's only on the ones that are built to order. Because when they're built to order, you know, we have to buy in the components. So it's only fair that the prices go up there. But I'm not going to charge more for PCs that are already built just to take advantage of the arbitrage. Do you know what I mean? So I'll show a few builds on there that are, I think, are amazing value, and I can't believe they haven't sold yet. Because some of the value there is insane. Like you could not build that for even £100 more than what I'm charging. So there's a couple of real gems there. All right, RAM next. Magic place. Oh, no worries. What advice was that? Let me tell me. Just give me. You don't have to like dox yourself or anything. Just what was it roughly about? I'm glad I could help with whatever it was. Yeah. Oh, Tyler, I'm not gonna. Yeah, but do you know what I mean? Like, I'm not gonna change the price of one PCs that are already built. I think that's kind of scummy, personally, because I've already, you bake in the profit margin into those. I mean, some of them are just break even because I need to get rid of the stock, but those ones on there, they will already have the margin baked in, so there'd be no reason for me to change the price. So I quite like, Bywin makes quite nice looking RAM actually, I think. These look really good, and they've got this nice silver bit here. Among RAM sticks, I think these are pretty nice. They are quite tall though, so you couldn't necessarily use them in a small form factor PC or with a fat heatsink cooler. We just give those a clonk hit. They've got really thick heatsinks. I think these would overclock really well, probably. Maybe not the C36 kits because they're probably cheaper ICs, but any of the 6000 C30 kits, you could probably get them tuned down a little bit lower, mainly in the secondary and tertiary timings is where the benefits are going to be. Oh, thanks, Tyler. My dude, you're too nice to me. Thank you so much. These builds, I do take them a bit slower, just so I can chat with you guys. During the Christmas rush, when I was doing about 5 a day, it wasn't as relaxed as this, I can tell you. But I did finish each build in about an hour, so it helps a lot. Hellben, do I always... Yes, so always, nowadays, you should always update the BIOS to the latest version when building your PC. You don't have to do it like every week, obviously, but what I'm saying is when you first build it, get it on the latest BIOS. This old advice of don't update it is completely wrong nowadays. It was the mouse lag issue while downloading. Whole new copy of Windows. Oh, there you go. So Magic Place, it's always, once you've tried some basic stuff to try and fix an issue, you'd be amazed how often just completely reinstalling Windows will fix a lot of problems. Game stuttering is another one. Sometimes people say, oh, in Fortnite, I'm stuttering even though I've got a 9800 X3D. Reinstall Windows, problem's gone. So yeah, it's often a good solution. CPU next. Let's open up that socket. Quick inspection, no bent pins. You always want to look for the bent pins now, rather than find out about it later. And then your CPU just goes in the readable direction like this. So, and you can't, it's quite hard to get this wrong because if I lift that up, you'll see, I don't know how good the camera's picking this up, but there's a little notch at the top there. You see that little outcrop of plastic? It lines up with a little notch in the CPU. So as long as you've got those lined up, you're golden. The Intel CPUs do the same thing. Close that down, clamp it on, and you're going to get sick of me saying it, never throw these caps away, these covers, because if you ever need to sell the motherboard from an upgrade, or if you need to RMA it for whatever reason, you won't be able to protect the socket unless you have this. So you do need to keep hold of it. So that's going to go into my little dish. Okay, so the platform is almost complete. Some people, when they build PCs, they like to mount the radiator of their liquid cooler in the case first and then put the pump head on later. I prefer to put the pump head on at the start. I find that easier. But it's not like it's wrong to do it the other way. It's just everyone has a preference, don't they? So, cooler. ID Cooling FX240. Pretty good value. Quite nice looking. Alternatives would be, there's some Deep Cool 240mm coolers that are similar price. There's Thermalright coolers. The only issue with the Thermalrights is I've stopped using the Thermalright Frozen Knot, N-O-T-T-E, because it has a decoupled inline pump. So the pump is actually halfway up the liquid tubes, which is fine technically, but I think it looks kind of gross. So I've stopped using that one, and this is one of my go-tos now, the FX240. It just looks really nice. And it's just cheap, gets the job done. Not had any failures of these yet. So that's a good sign. In fact, do you know what? what I would say, we've had some bad times in 2025, 2026 for hardware. I think the reliability of hardware has got a lot better. When I first did PC builds on DDR4 platforms, I was having problems like probably every sort of 10 or 12 builds, but now it's just fine. I don't have any component failures. I think that's improved a lot. I think a lot of that is down to DDR5 having sort of an inbuilt ECC in it, probably. Do we flash with the flash button on the I/O or through? So Hellbent, I think in general, the safest way to flash your BIOS is going to be within the BIOS screen itself. Because you can see the confirmation that you've got the right file. You're not sitting around ages wondering if it's picked up the file or whatever. So I would tend to do it through the motherboard interface. One thing that I do recommend people do before updating their BIOS is plug in a different USB. Actually, you could plug in the same BIOS USB actually. And you want to save a user profile not onto the BIOS, but onto the USB stick. Then once you've flashed your BIOS, you simply load your user profile again, and you don't have to tune your fans again. You don't have to like enable your XMPs. It all just goes on. So that'll save you a lot of time. Is it a sin not to trust AIO coolers? Well, you touch on a good point, because let's talk real talk here. An AIO cooler is pretty much just for looks. Think about it. Nowadays, like if we're saying that Ryzen 7800X2D, 9800X2D are the best, those do not really need an AIO liquid cooler to perform at their top level. They'd be different if you're using a 14900K or Ryzen 9 9950X3D, obviously. But for the mainstream people, the only thing you're getting from a liquid cooler is aesthetics. So it might be controversial, but that's been my experience. And air coolers are so cheap now, and they don't have a pump that can fail. So, if you want to say, like, on paper, what's the best cooling method? I think massive heatsink with fans is better. But also, it's not wrong to prioritize aesthetics and looks in your PC. Part of why PC building is so fun is the way that you can make it look the way you want it. You can customize the style, the color, whatever you like. So it's not wrong to want to do it just for aesthetics, but let's not delude ourselves here. The channel name gives you vibes like you repair PC. That's true. That's true. I sometimes do repairs, not as often. But the reason the channel's called that is because I am actually a practicing doctor in the UK as well. So it's a bit of a pun on the channel name. Yeah, I mean, Hellbent, the difficulty with the Noctua is at that point, like the Noctuas are so expensive that I don't really see why you would ever use them. Unless you were like a music creator or something where the absolute silence is of paramount importance. Though I can't see any justification for needing to spend that much on Noctua. Got the Frozen Warframe 240. Oh yeah, so Gary, sometimes the problem with that is that software. You can try and uninstall it and see how you get on, but the TRCC software isn't amazing. This is always the downfall of those LCD coolers, isn't it? Is usually the software. That's why NZXT, actually Deep Cools is all right as well, and probably Corsair. I haven't used the Corsair LCD, but yeah. Arctic Freezer 36. God, that's a classic. I used to use that back in the day all the time. God, that's a real throwback. Good cooler though. It works fine. There was the Arctic Freezer Esports or something. I used to use those all the time. Thermalright air coolers are great. Yeah, really good. up here, also quite a good brand I found. Deep Cool, obviously. Those are all good cheap coolers. Whoops. He has RAM. Get him. I tell you what, boy. If you try and come and get me, you're in for a rude awakening. That's all I can say. I actually have a SWAT team on standby to defend these two sticks specifically. So, do your worst. Do your worst, buddy. Esports Duo. Classic. Absolute classic from back in the day. You Frankensteined your Thermalright cooler with a Fantex T30. Oh, those are those really good fans, aren't they? They're similar to the Noctuas. That they look almost identical to the Chromax. Yeah, nice. That's cool, man. The T30s are quite thick, aren't they? If I remember correctly. All right. Cooler is there. So let's do this. So take off the stock mounting hardware. I've got, so essentially, in terms of other builds we've got coming up on the channel, I have a 5090 Founders Edition build in the Meshify 3 with the 9850 X3D. That's actually, the stuff is actually all behind me at the moment. I'm looking forward to that one. I'm going to try a bit of overclocking on it and see what we can get out of it as well. You see all these boxes here, that's what that's, so we've got, there's a X670 Carbon, we've got 48 gigabytes of DDR5, which we're going to tune down because it's 6400 megahertz. And I think you probably get better performance if you put that down to 6000, like CL28 or something, if we can achieve that. We've got Momentum fans, we've got Kraken LCD cooler, Meshify 3, 5090 FE. That's going to be really cool, but that's for a video later. The builds we do on stream are just mainly customer builds most of the time. So yeah. The other build we've got is, I'm going to do a NZXT H5 Flow with Noctua fans versus Thermalright fans. We're going to see if paying 10 times as much for your fans actually does anything for your performance. And noise and airflow and everything. And I've also got a Fractal Ridge case, which I'll be turning into a living room PC. We're going to try Bazite out on that as well, in addition to another video where we compare 3 different types of PC to see how they do on Bazite versus a clean Windows 11. So lots of cool stuff coming up. It's just hard to balance it alongside the medicine and everything. It just takes a little bit of time. Okay. I've used this cooler a few times now, but I just want to make sure I'm definitely doing the right thing. So reading the manual. So we want the bracket that allows the tubes to come out of the bottom, don't we? So we need the long pieces, not the short ones. Oh, thanks for the sub, whoever that was. Appreciate it. Oh, it's Hellbent. Well, what can I say? Thanks for joining. So I think we want the long bracket that goes down the left and the right there so that we can have the tubes coming out the bottom. I think tubes out the bottom looks the nicest. The Ridge. Well, the CPU cooling's pretty good in the Ridge, you know. I think you can put a 67mm cooler in there. So I would say that's pretty decent myself. For a small form factor, and there's nothing quite like it where it's so slim. And Alan has subscribed as well, thank you so much. Which answer should you choose in the YouTube vote? Listen, guys, I'll let you in on a secret. The YouTube poll is just a trick question, because I've already banged your mum last night, so sorry. So I can't remember if is it slim side down or is it fat side down with these screws. The pictures are never particularly helpful. Get the bracket and see. I feel like it's fat side down on the pictures with the coarser thread. That's what I'm going to go with. And who knows, I could be wrong. Smart move. Oh, it's really raining outside at the moment. This is a perfect day for PC building. Go. There. So put the bracket arms on. Everybody has a good time. Nobody gets hurt. Bada bing, bada boom. Okay. Roll the through, you need some thermally paste. Oh, medium viscosity paste, very nice, very nice. This is how much I would generally use. Or pea-sized amount. Very nice. Fractal has been your go-to brand. Well, you can't. It's quite hard to go wrong with Fractal. I think they are probably my favourite. Haven BF360, very nice. We did a build on the channel with that. It's absolutely massive though, but it has got great cooling. It's up there with the Meshify 3 for the best cooling I've seen. So you're not going to be disappointed with that. Okay. Fractal just get it, man. They just get the design cues. Do you know what I mean? And the quality is there to back it up with, you know, cooling, everything. So it's all there. You've got 3D printer on your hands. You try to print a better cooler and bracket for the stock cooler. I don't think you're gonna be able to mod a stock cooler to be any better, I'm afraid. You could just set, if you set a -10 curve optimizer in your BIOS, and then thermal limit yourself to 80 degrees, then that will be what I would do. Yeah, lots of fractal glazing going on, and you know, I agree. I mean, they just brought out so many bangers. Like the Ridge, amazing. Probably, I mean, it's hard to say what your favorite ITX case is, but I think the Ridge it's got to be up there. The Ridge looks so good. Meshify 3, perfect. I mean, fantastic cooling. What else have you got? You got the Terra, you got the Pop series, the North, the Epoch now. So good, man. I wouldn't remove the plastic shroud from the stock cooler because I think that kind of funnels the air into it a bit better. So I'd just leave it. Okay. And then we can do ourselves a bit of a favor by starting to plug some fan cables in, can't we? So this will be AIO pump on the top. So put that in there. And we've got ARGB. One thing you have to be a little bit careful of on Sapphire motherboards is chaining together too many RGB things onto one header. It doesn't handle it very well. So try to spread it out. Or if you don't have any choice, then get a little hub separately, just to make sure you're not overloading the ARGB chip on this board. I think it's just in the pulse, but just something to be aware of. We actually did curve, but only 3 points of maximum score is 950 RPM. Oh. Which, how, Ben, are you talking about the fractal mood? That case was gross. I hated it. that was a miss. The one that looked a bit like some cheap IKEA furniture. The bad one. I don't think that sold very well. It looked huge as well for an ITX. The Ridge was the perfect living room case. They don't need to iterate on that. It's already so good. Okay, platform complete. Now, if you're building your PC for the first time, this stage I would recommend that you plug in your integrated graphics on the back, or if you've got one without integrated graphics, then put your graphics card in, hook up some power cables, do a little test on top of the box. I haven't got time for that. I'm pretty sure it's going to work. Let's just put it in. But if you're going for just one build rather than, you know, repeated builds as a business, then do a little test run outside the case. It can save you a lot of headache later, especially if you're on an ITX build. Did it have bad thermals? I don't know. I mean, I don't really remember what it was like, but it just didn't. It didn't look good. Didn't look good. Didn't pass the eyeball test. Okay, so we should probably get the case now, and it is the absolute unit that is probably one of the biggest micro ATX cases I've ever seen. The Corsair 2500X, but it is nice looking, and it sells really well on the website. Every single part of the build was selected by the customer. No, so it was like a pre-spec'd kind of one that we offer. So we, when I say we, I mean PC36, my company, have like templates almost, like they're built to order specs put together, but they don't specify the exact like brand of different components because it's just not possible to do that. Because the pricing and availability change all the time. So we just say, rather than say we're going to use a Sapphire B850M motherboard, because we don't know what the stock's like, we'll just say we're going to use a high quality 7-phase VRM motherboard or better. That includes Wi-Fi, you know, B850, all that stuff. And then if the customer says, you know, oh, do you know what, I actually want to know the exact parts you use, then they just contact on the live chat and we can tell them. But it has to be on the day you're going to buy it, because otherwise we can't guarantee which exact models it's going to be. And I find that model, you know, that way of doing it works the best. Simply because there's not really any difference between the different brands. As long as you avoid some of the lemons, I don't really see what you're gaining by being aligned to, let's say, Asus as a brand, because Asus doesn't really provide you very good value most of the time. Most of the time, sometimes they do. That's why you don't really see me use that many Asus boards on the channel, just because generally not that good. But, you know, let's say somebody wanted a computer and they wanted to tell me exactly the parts that they wanted to use. We do that service as well, so that's also fine. But if you want really niche parts, you know, like if somebody wanted a Haven BF360 build, I would have to tell them it's not going to be refundable unless it's faulty, and a lot of the time, if it's really niche stuff, I'd have to ask them to order the parts in, because it's just too high risk to accept returns on something that's purely spec'd out by the customer, because then if they return it, I have to sell a part, you know, a bunch of parts that somebody else likes. Do you know what I mean? It's difficult. You bought Asus 5070 because it's Asus. Oh dear. Didn't take your first test first advice. Just finished ITX build and no power on the PSU. Oh no! So I guess you just have to go one by one, don't you? So everything is plugged in. The switch has to be on. You know, CPU, motherboard have to definitely be connected for it to boot up. Other thing is, did you use a contact frame on your CPU? If you did, I would suggest that you put the stock ILM back on, because sometimes those contact frames will actually reduce the contact of the CPU to the pins on the motherboard. So you have to be a bit careful if you're using one of those. They also don't really help performance on AMD anyway. So, how did you start this business? Oh, good story. We'll get into the story time in a minute. We'll take the panels off this. So this is the Corsair 2500X case. And we'll get a slightly better angle on it in a minute. But the story. So I was in medical school, 2nd or 3rd year. I'm also, well, not anymore. I used to be a registered radiographer as well. So that is somebody that takes x-rays. You know, elsewhere in the world you might call that an x-ray technologist or whatever. And this was when COVID just started to happen. Through medical school, I was funding myself by doing temporary work as a radiographer, which paid decently well. But it was based on the thought that there would always be elective orthopedic clinics for joint replacements and things that would need x-ray. So as soon as COVID came around, all of the elective planned surgeries and things ended up getting cancelled. Therefore, my role didn't exist anymore, so I didn't get any work. So I needed a way to make money. And I knew a couple of people in the industry at the time when GPUs were really hard to get. So I was able to get some GPUs and made some money that way, and avoided having to go into any debt, which is fantastic. Now I mainly do it for fun. I do a bit of medicine, a bit of this. This isn't profitable enough to run as a business on its own, particularly in these times. Like January and December were really good. I made about 35k a month in revenue, not profit, but revenue. And that would be enough to live on. But that's the busiest part of the year. And it's exactly the time when components got constrained. So it's difficult. No contact frame. That's strange. Maybe try reseating the CPU. I assume when you say no power, you mean absolutely nothing lights up at all. Like nothing spins up, nothing works. Not just no display. Yeah, so that I don't want wood anywhere near my VRM. Thank you very much. I would not be buying that board. I assume that wood is synthetic anyway, but I don't want wood anywhere near my VRM. Thank you very much. So yeah, you noticed all the brands now are just bringing out loads of high-end stuff because there's nothing new coming out, so they're trying to milk everybody for an X870 chipset that nobody really needs. Anyway, to be releasing more of them, just, I don't know. They're going to get a lot of suckers to buy their products, that's all I'm going to say. Nothing spins up, no fans, no that's a power tester on outlet shows no power. You might have a dead power supply then. That's the only thing I can think of. If everything's plugged in correctly and you get no signs of life whatsoever, the two things it could be are CPU not mounted in the socket correctly, because the PC won't even light up at all if the CPU is not making contact, or it's the power supply. That's really unlucky. I haven't had that happen for a long time, like years and years since that's happened to me. That is bad luck. If you've got another power supply, even a non-ITX one that you could hook up to it, give it a try. That is really unlucky though. It is very unusual for a power supply not to work out of the box. All right. when the market is stagnant, you can rely on wood. I mean, I think they're a bit late to that trend now, aren't they? Do you think? I think the wood thing is starting to go out of fashion. And they're just like slapping wood on everything now. It's lost its appeal a little bit. So this Corsair 2500X case comes with the SFX bracket pre-installed for some crazy reason. So we're just taking that bracket out. I guess it's to save space, right? They have to put it in a bag or whatever. Okay. I mean, I suppose the other possibility is you've got a dead motherboard as well. So, but if you've got another PSU, that's the perfect first troubleshooting step, I would say. Where did that screw go? There it goes. All right. Let's take the other camera off the stand, and then we can have just a little peek at the case. Oh, well, it is still raining. A little bit gross out there. Hey. All right, Corsair 2500X. Give that a little turn. So, I mean, among micro ATX cases, this is considered very large, and I would agree with that. Some people like this look, some people don't. Some people think it looks a bit boxy. Some people love it. You know, it's a matter of taste, I suppose. But overall, it's a really well-built case. Like, it's high quality. Probably a bit expensive. It's like 140 quid, but some people love this look. I've sold quite a few of these, actually. So people tend to like them. I suppose the other thing, Gary, is, you know, have you hooked up the power switch correctly? If not, you can jump the pins on the motherboard, but you probably already tried that, I guess. Oh, look, so people are already all over that tip in the comments. Look at that. Wood on PSU, terrible idea. Wood on RAM, also terrible. I don't want it anywhere near heat, basically. I'm going to refrigerate a PC, and I really want to use SFF 350. Yeah, I guess it looks like the Lian Li 011. I mean, that's the one that started all this, isn't it? So yeah. Hedgehog brings up a good point. Yes, if there is a case short, that could also be a problem. That is another good point. Yeah. I'm behind that as a concept. All right, let's pop in some case fans, shall we? So I might need to swap to the other camera angle so you can see that. We'll give it a whoosh. Give it one of these. Give it one of those. There we go. Wooden RAM. Just a big stick of wood with some memory chips on it. What could go wrong? Fans. Here we go. We've got the Notice, or as I call them, the Notice Me Senpai, notice me. I'm actually kind of glad to be getting rid of these now. So the concept is that they come with a set of reverse blade like blades to go on the fans, right? So in the box you get 3 fans, just normal like this. And then they also give you reverse blade to pop on and pop off. I mean, I understand the concept, but it's just a bit of a faff. So this is my last set of these. And I'm kind of glad to be getting rid of them. brief reprieve to this one, just to sort the fans out. So we're going to need 2 reverse pitch and 1 regular. So we'll just do untangle. We'll keep that one as our regular. Wood CPU cooler. Yes, you could have your own little fireplace inside your PC. Oh yeah. None of this, you know, LCD pump head slop. You actually have a real fireplace inside your PC. Right, so what we need to do with these then is, now that we've got the plugs untangled, is that we actually just pop the blades off these. Now, you can't do these with regular fans. This doesn't work on other fans, so don't try and pop blades off other other case fans, because it just won't work. But on these, you can just pop it off. Oh, it feels gross to do though, honestly. Ugh. There we go. Okay, and then they do provide some lubricant for tonight's festivities with your mum, but it also doubles up as nice fan grease as well. So let's grab that. Yeah. Well, Ben, it depends on which micro ATX case you go for. Like, so the Fantex ones, the XTV3 and XTV3, actually aren't too bad with the cable management. Oh, always happens with these syringes, man. Put too much out. So we'll just share that between the two. So the Fantex XTV3, XTM3, those are actually pretty good for cable management. Just don't use custom sleeve cables. Well, you can, but it's just going to be more difficult to route. And you can make that work even with a fully wired power supply. This one's huge. Like, this is the same as building in any other case. I think micro ATX is the wave of the future. Right, Lian Li A3, that Gamdius M4M, Vantex XT-M3 seems to be quite popular now. Managed to snag a 5070 Ti Trio in white for 800 quid. Hey, that's good, man. The Trios are quite nice cards. And white as well. It's difficult. I mean, even the Gigabyte Aero whites were around that price as well. So that's a pretty good pickup, actually. Fair play. So 2 reverses, 1 regular. Ideal. Yeah, that is a good point with the RGB fans, Timmy, as well. It's one of the reasons I don't have RGB in my personal computer upstairs. I'm just over it, and it's just a layer of complication that I don't need. Hey, stickers on fans aren't centered. Yeah, I mean, I agree, because when the fans spin, they obviously look uneven, don't they? Look like they're wobbling. So I'm with you on that one. But every company is guilty of it. Even Lian Li fans, you know, sometimes their stickers aren't centered, and it is annoying. Right, so that's a reverse pitch. So we just need our regular pitched fan to put into the rear. It was from Curry's. Ah, so Curry's actually had some all right pricing lately. So they had, I bought one of each. There was a 5070 Palette Gaming Pro for £500, and there was a 5080 Palette Gaming Pro for £999. By far the cheapest around. So I just picked up one of each. The Gamdius case is decent. So I don't know about that one in particular. I tried the Athena M4M, and apart from a slight issue with the power supply plug, everything was pretty nice in there. I didn't like the wood accents on it, so I'd recommend you get the black one instead. But I mean, functionally otherwise, it's a good case. And people in the comments told me that they fixed that power supply extension cable issue now, so you might get away with it. But I have got a video on the channel about the M4M. I just don't know about any other cases, that's all. From them, anyway. It's the only Gamdius I've ever used, so I don't know. I mean, the materials felt good quality, so didn't seem gross. Oh, what are the fan screws? Where's that gone? Oh, there it is. The Lian Li V100R, yeah, nice. I've got a Vector V100 video on the channel, and they have brought out the Mini, which is slightly smaller with micro support instead of full ATX. Yeah, but think about the Lian Li A3, because that's really popular, and that's like a space optimized micro build, isn't it? Oh, I forgot about it. So with this case, the drive cage is really annoying for the cable management, so you have to actually should probably take it out. I might get away without having to take it out. Let's have a look. Why don't you do live on Twitch? I don't have any followers on Twitch. And anyone that knows anything about Twitch knows, unless you've already got a big audience, there is no point streaming on Twitch. You just end up at the bottom of the list with 0 viewers. And I don't want to be keeping an eye on like multiple chats from different platforms. I'll just keep it chill here on YouTube. And I think YouTube attracts like a slightly more mature audience. So I do prefer that. Nice, yeah. There was a good deal on eBay for a Vida Elegance case, which I've used before, but that's full ATX. But that was 40 quid on eBay, and that's really good. Don't know, should you get a 5700X until prices go down because you've got a 3600X? Well, are you CPU bound in your games is the question, and by how much? If you're happy with the performance, then I wouldn't advise spending any money. What do I think about mini PCs? The only good one is, well, you've just mentioned it, the Mac Mini. Oh no, you've put the Asus NUC. So the Mac Mini is probably the only one that's worthwhile. The others are kind of, you get a lot of downsides with the upgradability angle. Oh yeah, they don't have it in white, yeah. Sometimes in PUBG, CPU goes to 100%, it starts, oh okay, well, you might benefit then, yeah. It's a shame they don't make the 5700X 3D anymore. That'd be a perfect choice, wouldn't it? All right, so fans go on here next. Make a clean TV setup. Well, I'm doing that soon, but I'm going to use a fractal ridge case instead. Yeah, but when I say upgrade, I don't mean adding storage and RAM. I mean being able to actually make meaningful performance upgrades to the PC with reasonable price. The problem with the NUC is you're then trapped into their ecosystem, so I don't generally advise them. YouTubers promote them because they get paid to promote them. None of them would use an Intel NUC if they had to pay for it with their own money. I can almost guarantee you that. €5,700 extra €150. Yeah, sounds about right. Yeah. Oh, dude, 5,700 XP, great pickup. If for that price, dude, you're absolutely laughing. That's fantastic. And it still competes today, thanks to that V-cache. It gives it a lot of like longevity, doesn't it? Yeah. So AM5 was really good until the RAM got expensive. Once the RAM got expensive, it didn't make as much sense if you're, especially if you're budget constrained. Thinking of building in either an ITX or mini PC. You know, I'm not going to tell you you're wrong to go for a mini PC. You know, if you enjoy it, that's all that matters at the end of the day. But on paper, the benefits of an ITX is at least you do have some upgradability there without having to be trapped into an ecosystem. I think micro ATX is like the sweet spot because you can still fit most types of components into them. Now, what do we think? Together fans or slightly separated? Don't forget this will have a dark panel on the back here, so it will look a bit more like that. I think slightly separated looks better. Because then you don't have the big gaps at the top and the bottom. Fan noise. Oh, do they? The NUCs. Well, there you go. Yeah, I mean, I can't see any reason why somebody that has a 5700X3D or 5800X3D would go to AM5 unless you're, unless you're using it as part of your livelihood. You know, like if you're a pro gamer or content creator that isn't getting the performance they need, then I can see the upgrade being worth it. But for most, I think there'd be no need. It's a shame these don't fit 140s properly. Thanks, Fizz, for the sub, by the way. Okay, so if we give it one of those. We'll just try and slide them a little bit so that it looks sort of more deliberate and a bit even, something like that, I think. Thermaltake M80X case. I'm trying to work out which one that is. Is it the one that they showed at CES? I can't remember. You're about to upgrade to a Ryzen 5 in a week. What were you on before? Ryzen 3. Okay. Nice. Now, you could also put fans along the bottom as well if you wanted, but the customer didn't pay for it, so we won't be doing it. But with the RTX 5080 version of this, we do include the 3 fans on the bottom as standard. you know, if we do the testing, we find the GPU temperatures aren't that great, then I would probably just chuck some in for the customer anyway, so we'll see. What's the best build for 2K ITX? Probably a 9070 XT and 7800X 3D type build would be really good for that, I think. Fab. All right. Tasty. So we could put the platform in, or we could put the power supply in. I think usually with these type of dual chamber builds, we can feed the cables to the power supply through, but I think the unit should go in at the end. So why don't we get the cables out? I have a i7 2600K and you upgraded to a 2600. Well, that will be a pretty nice upgrade for you, Tippy. That's good. You can join the modern world with the rest of us. I like it. Good stuff. I thought for a second it said 12700K, and I was like, wait, no, don't do that. It's a downgrade. But yes, 2600K, that is old now. Oh, the Tower 300. Yeah, okay, fair enough. To be honest, though, I will say I do not like thermal take cases. I don't think they look nice. By the way, can you fit a AIO 5080? You mean an RTX 5080 with an AIO cooler on it? I mean, you could, but why? And you would need to get... It would need to be quite a big ITX case. It would be a faff. I wouldn't do that. Right, just getting the cables ready. So we'll need the 12 volt 2x6 cable, which is there, motherboard, CPU. I don't think we'll need any SATA power, so we can leave that. Although it is kind of nice to put one in just for ease of upgrade later, so we'll put one in. Going to have to use RAM adapters. In DDR4 kit you got for them, it was a laptop 16 gig kit. Oh, fair enough. You could do that, or you could just sell the laptop RAM and then buy some regular RAM. Many ways to do it. Okay, so we've got our cables. What's that? That's PCI, we don't need that. Fab. Move that to the side. Swap to overhead. Go. Oof. So we are just going to plug in the modular cables. I think somebody's just ordered a PC. Let's see. Somebody has. Oh, they've used a configurator. Amazing. Well, I'll have a look at that later and see what they've ordered. Oh, you've already got the RAM. Oh, €8 for an adapter is pretty good. No, that's fine then, Tippy. As long as you can get it stable. The issue is with DDR4, it's not as stable as DDR5 because it doesn't have built-in error checking. So, interesting. So, motherboard power cable is going in, modular cable. The customer does not have any custom sleeved extensions with this case. So with this build even, so we just use the stock cables, but we can still make them look neat. Make sure that's definitely firmly in, which is good. And then we'll get our CPU power cable. Do you know you bought 16 gigs DDR5 RAM for $70? Yeah, that's okay. Yeah, pretty good. You gotta go. See you later, controller surround. Controller surround. They do offer a lot of color options with Thermaltake. That's true. That is one of their advantages if that's what you want. My philosophy with that though is, oftentimes people buy that because they go, well, that's a nice color, and then the novelty wears off quite quickly, which is why black and white seem to just stick through. Using DDR4 adapters on Intel system. Nice, cool. Yeah, Intel's a little bit more forgiving with RAM than AMD. Yeah, so I think Tippy, it's worth a go. It's worth a go. See how you get on. All right, so we're going to need the I/O shield. Gotta find that first. Here it is. Well, at least it's a black coloured I/O shield. Do you just do builds or sell parts? Just builds. Although there's a chance that I might become the UK distributor for Tacomas coolers, but that's way off, and it might not even happen. That's the I/O shield, by the way. So at least it's a black one, I guess. I'm just gonna crisp that into the back. Always a mistake, isn't it, when you forget to put these in when you're doing your PC builds? Come on. You know, even after all these years, I still find these things really annoying to put in. There we go. All right, let's go for the installation. So all the standoffs are already in place in the correct bits. That's good. We can just pop the AIO just down the side there for a min. And then the benefit of plugging this CPU cable is I can feed this through before moving all the motherboard in place. So we'll see. The placement of the hard drive cage in this case is a little bit frustrating for cable management, not going to lie. It's a little bit of a faff, but we will get there. We will. Together, we will prevail. Think 5700X is not good with your motherboard. What motherboard have you got? I think it will probably be fine. Unless it's really, really bad motherboard. Okay. So that cable is fed through. A320MK. Oh no, real one. Oh, that is probably the worst motherboard. Oh, I'm sorry, dude. To be honest, though, you could probably still try it. You might thermal throttle a little bit, but you could probably still work. What I really think you should do, though, real one, is say what kind of case have you got for a start? What kind of case have you got? Because if you've got a case that has fan mounts in the top, right? I know lots of people say to use these as exhaust, but on your motherboard, I think you should put two 120mm fans as intake above your motherboard. That will give you a really nice fresh supply of air over your VRM, and you probably will just about get away with it. You get a little bit of reduced performance, but yeah. No, I think you'll get away with it. I think you'll get away with it. It's just you won't get the best performance from it. Oh, V100R, great. So in the top, you just buy a couple of case fans here, set them to intake, point them at the motherboard, and you might get away with it. So let's mount this down. So I'll just line it up. Oh, they put little silver pieces over the Wi-Fi holes. Why have they done that? Sapphire, why would you do that, honestly? There we go. Okay, we're in. So, Hal Ben says, would you say it's worth it to manually tweak your settings in the BIOS for DDR5 RAM? No, I think usually Expo is pretty good on AMD. It's better than XMP, although XMP is still all right. So it depends what you want. Like the tweaking RAM will probably improve your 1% lows in games, but by maybe 5 to 10%. But it does depend on your kit. It depends on your board. In general, most people are going to be fine by just using the Expo or XMP. Unless the other side would be like, let's say you bought a RAM kit that runs at like over 6400 megahertz. I wouldn't run that at that speed on Ryzen. On Ryzen, you want to be really 6000, maximum 6400, but I think 6000 is ideal. Or you want to push it all the way to 8000. Those are the two ways that it works, because if you run at 6000, you can run the memory controller 1-to-1 with the RAM, whereas when you get to 8000, you can run it at 2-to-1, which is slower, but then you're overcoming that with raw speed. So those are the two ways to do it. But what you don't want to be is in the middle ground where you're running like 7200 megahertz, because it won't be very good on AMD. Vidworth, do the 9800X3 and RTX 5070 pair well? Well, you've probably overspent on your CPU there in comparison to your GPU, but it depends what you play. So if you're playing Valorant at a high level, for example, that would be a good combo. If you want to play just general games and turn your settings up higher, you should probably spend less on your CPU and a bit more on your GPU, would be my thoughts there. But PCs are tools. You use them for the use case that you want. So whilst most people would tell you that that's not a good combination of parts, maybe you have a specific scenario where that is actually the best combination of parts. You know what I'm saying? The goal is important. The circumstances and the context are very important. Don't ever forget that. What's the thoughts on plugging the fan hub into the CPU fan header and plugging the CPU fan into the fan hub? Yeah, that's all right. That's fine. That's okay. For the Intel, you're fine with that 32 gigs. Yeah, you're absolutely fine with that. I mean, even on AMD, you'll be fine with it. It's just you're much better off with 6000 on Ryzen, because the timings will just be much more favorable if you into manual tuning. You know, that is. Usually play GT7 and Vela. Yeah, so actually for you want the best. Basically, you want a GPU that will get you enough frames, and then the fastest CPU and RAM that you can get to get the most frames. So what I'm saying, Pelican, is not that it won't run it at 6400. But what might be happening when you run it at 6400, your motherboard might push your memory controller into what's called 2-to-1 mode. So you're not going to get the same performance. Even if you get the number running at 6400, it might not be as good as somebody running 6000 in 1-to-1 mode. It depends. Sometimes you'll be able to get 1-to-1 mode on 6400 megahertz. So this is the problem with general YouTube content, is that they just look at the number on the spec sheet and read you the spec sheet and tell you which one's faster, but it's not how it works in the real world. Just going to give this motherboard a slight nudge to the left. Oh, you're staying at 1-to-1. Yeah, fine. So if you can get it 6400 1-to-1, great. But running 8000 2-to-1 is like, it's one of those things that I just think of it as theoretical, because the amount of money you're going to have to pay for a RAM kit that can hit 8,000 is just absolutely ludicrous. How much the customer pay for this one? Oh, it's a good question. I think it was. I think they paid 1850. I think, but the price has gone up since they bought it. I'm not. I'm only making. I'm not making really very much money on this one at all. I just felt bad cancelling the customer's order, only to then change the price higher. I didn't want to do that. So, so I honoured the order, but I'm really not making very much money on this at all. So now, if you wanted this build, it would be 2K. But I do try to look after the customer if they place the order. I really try to fulfill it, even if I don't make a lot of money on it. I just think it's the right thing to do. Is that a bloody standoff missing down there? Don't tell me that now, Case. I'm sure there was a standoff there. Oh. All right then. Why don't they put all the standoffs in? It looked like it was. Nice. Pedrocas is all on it. If it works in 1-to-1, then you're golden. But I don't think it's guaranteed for everybody's setup. So that's why I'm saying just proceed with caution. Yeah, I mean, the thing is, I agree. If I was to make a loss on the PC, or if it was break even, I would just cancel the order, because at that point it's business, isn't it? But if I still make a small amount of money, I can have a nice time on stream building it, then I will honour it. You know what this case needs? Wood. Wood interior, wood VRM. 10 out of 10, wood bang. Oh, look, yeah. Why would you put the standoff there? This is why you always check, ladies and gentlemen. Right. Because that could have been disastrous. Like, we could have actually not booted. I despair. Like, why, Corsair, would you put the standoff in that position? Most motherboards, MATX boards, have that standoff below. So I'm so confused with what their thought process here. Come on. And all pieces vinyl wrap everything. But it's probably already been done. All wood gaming PC. Oh, do you know what? This stand-up is all munged up. That can come out. We'll put a fresh one in. Yeah, 8000 C40, because the 40 is a bit higher. And it depends on the CPU, doesn't it? Like, if you're running on an X3D chip, there's an argument to be made that you should actually just downclock it to get the lowest timings. Because when people say that X3D CPUs don't care about RAM, they're referring to the clock speed. The timings still matter. What should you upgrade to after time with some RF for 2600? To be honest, the 2600 and 1070 is a pretty balanced combo. And if you're going to play CPU intense, then it would be the CPU, wouldn't it? Oh, you got the MSI B550 Gen 3. You got swindled there. Those boards are I think, I don't use the word scam very lightly, but I think they're a bit of a scam. To call it a B550 board but only support PCIe Gen 3 is a bit wild, isn't it? Either way, I don't think you're going to benefit upgrading your CPU within the same platform there. So I would probably just go for a whole new build and sell your old components. If you've got 2.5K, you can get an amazing PC. You can still get a 5080 and 9800X3D build for that, I think. I mean, if you're in the UK, you could buy a 5080 and 9800X3D build from me, and I've got one up for 2,300 at the moment. It's like a nice little leisurely Sunday stroll, isn't it, doing this? Kind of relaxing in a way. But look how much space there is, like above the motherboard, below the motherboard. I think you could probably just about get an ATX in here if they reconfigured it. What's the cheapest PC? Well, I've done some used ones for like 450. They're never particularly good at that price point though, because there are certain fixed costs associated with running a business that will be the same regardless of whether it's a budget or a high end. Obviously, the more you spend on the PC, the less those fixed costs are going to be as a percentage of the whole PC. So really budget PCs, they're hard to price well, basically, is what I'm saying. What's the best Thunderbolt monitor? Oh, I don't know. I'm not an expert on that, so I'm not going to pretend to know. So we'll see what people say in the chat. So let's fold some of these cables through. We can swing that round into the gap there. So with these back connect motherboards, one of the benefits is you can just stuff the cables in through the little gaps in the case. Does look a little bit neater. Then we can feed this through later, but let's just pop that cable through the top. It serves you a lot to think about your cable management as you're building the PC and try not to leave it too much until the end. Like you can see here, it's going to be difficult for you to see, but I'm taking the CPU fan speed from the liquid cooler, putting it up through this hole here, and then wrapping it back round through so I can plug it in. If you can get ahead of things and try and simplify down the line for yourself, you will be in a better position. How about an X87? So, Vidworth, can you tell me the precise reason why you need an X870 and why a B650 or B850 wouldn't do the same thing for you? If you don't know the reason, then you probably don't need it. And you could get a B850 for like 160 quid or something, or whatever that is equivalent in your currency, and have exactly the same experience. Like for example, like a B650 Tomahawk, you can get them for like £150 now, and that will run any CPU really well. It's only very specific people that need the X chipsets. It's a huge misunderstanding in the PC tech space is motherboards. Like people, they either completely disregard it and underbuy, or they overvalue it and buy a hugely expensive motherboard. So So there should be loads of good B650 and B850s sub $200 that will do everything you could ever need from any Ryzen CPU. B650 Tomahawk would be a really good pickup if you can find it for a good price. Yeah, so the CPU, my understanding of this, Peter, and you can correct me if I'm wrong, because I'm not a super expert in this, but my understanding is that the chipset is just the motherboard. So any of the other PCI slots beside the top one and any of them besides the top NVMe slot are all just they just link to the motherboard. They don't really do much with the CPU. That's my understanding of it. ASRock versus Asus in terms of motherboards. It honestly depends on it depends on money, how much they cost, what VRM features do you get for the money. Usually ASRock do give you a nicer VRM for your money. And just as long as you update the BIOS, you're going to be fine. I think the B650 Tomahawk is the absolute goat of motherboards at the moment. It's got like a stupid 14-phase VRM, loads of features, great build quality. It will do everything. X870 does give you USB 4, so if you need that, yes, correct. Although, are there some B850s that you can buy an add-in card for, maybe? It depends on what the overall pricing is, but yes, you do get USB 4 on X870. So if you need that, that's fine. But I would say the vast majority of people do not need that. So we've got the liquid cooler like this. What do you guys think about if we changed the bracket so that the tubes came out the side and it would be a bit more of a straight line going up? Do you think we should do that? I think we should. I think we should. Let's do it. But really, let's be real, guys. With a Ryzen 5, a 6-phase VRM is enough. With a Ryzen 7, unless you're into tuning, an 8-phase VRM with a heatsink is good enough. So really anything more than that is just it's just gravy. If you actually calculate what that can do for you in terms of power handling, and if you're not an overclocker, then save your money and spend it somewhere else, right? You just mount the... So yes, you could. So you can mount the rad like this, but I think that looks kind of janky. You could put it in the middle like that, but I think with these kind of cases, it looks better if you mount the radiator here, and then you have your whole 2 fans on the side here completely unobstructed. So that's the way I think about these. There's no right or wrong. It's just the way that I looked at them. That's the way I think they tend to come out aesthetically the best. So I would do that such that yeah, I think that is going to look better. Let's do that. At least our thermal paste spread is fairly even. That's good. Oops. Okie dokie. Right. Just looking to see which way the bracket points for this. So it points to the inside. Yeah, so VidWath 850 is enough for the 5080 with any AMD CPU. You'll be fine with that. Ideally, you get one that is ATX 3.1 certified, because that will handle the transient spikes a lot better. So the ATX 3.1 standard means that you'll be able to absorb a transient load twice as much as the PSU is rated for. So let's say you're playing a game, your PC's chugging away using 600 watts on your 850 power supply, which is great. Suddenly your 5080 pulls like an extra 200 watts for a split second, pushing it above what your PSU can normally handle. But with the ATX 3.1 standard, it can just absorb that. So yeah, I think 850 is perfect for a 5080 build. Gives you a little bit of breathing room. It allows the fan not to run quite as fast in most cases. So that's what I would recommend. And it's what I always do. 5070 Ti's can run on a 750 without any issue as well. But 5080s, I would go with an 850. Okay. Ever heard of the MSI A550? Not used that one myself. The difficulty you have with a 550 watt is that it's going to cap your upgradability later. So, like, at least in the UK, I tend to just use Deepcool PL750D for everything apart from the higher end builds. RM850 is great. Montech Sentry 2 is great. These are two of my go-tos for power supply and in that wattage range. Been running a 490. I mean, like is that like you mean like a Radeon 490? Okay, so we can now mount our radiator, and I think that looks way neater. I'm glad I changed that round actually. So I heard an interesting concept the other day that everyone should just buy a Corsair RM850E for any PC because you'll be able to just use it forever. I thought that was an interesting thought. Asus TUF 850 Gold ATX 3.1 is probably a nice probably a nice PSU. I'm sure it's fine. Right. It's going to look awkward. That's only because I'm doing it on camera. Otherwise, all you would see is my juicy arse on stream. So that's why I'm awkwardly leaning over like this. I wouldn't normally do it this way. What I will say about Montech and Corsair units is the warranty service is really good. There's no faff. I've had to use Montech warranty once just for a cable that came faulty, and they sent me out a new one within like 5 days. Didn't charge me for shipping, nothing. Corsair, again, fantastic warranty service. Turned it around, gave me a whole new unit within 7 days. So I can vouch for their good quality customer service. Do you know Corsair SFX 1000 is enough to power 9950X, 5090, AO360, 2 NVMe's? Yes, 1000 will be enough for that, unless you overclock. Although you are sort of pushing it a little bit, you will have probably about 80 watts of spare capacity. So if you've got the money for a 1200, I think that would be wise, just to be perfectly safe. But you will probably be all right with 1000. RM850 does not have Japanese capacitors. I mean, I don't know. Isn't that thing's a whole? I think that's completely overblown about how much that matters, because I've had like piece of crap 500 watt power supplies last for like 12 years. So I don't know if having Japanese capacitors actually really makes too much difference anymore. And example like this Montec, like it comes with a 10-year warranty, for God's sake. Like, what more do you want? Your power supply can last 10 years, and if it breaks, you can get a replacement, you know? Okie dokie. Looking good. Looking real good. Put that filter piece back on before we forget. Oh, Corsair, you had to be fancy, didn't you, with your back piece? Come on, in you go. There we go. Corsair has a deal on the 1000X, cheaper than 850. I think that might be region dependent. Okay. Guys, it's starting to look like a PC now. It's starting to look like a PC. So you see what I mean about this? Like when you put the cable here, the tubes here, you see how like this now goes straight here. These two fans are going to be easier to see. You're going to have a great time. Okay, so let's feed some cables through to the back. One of the downsides of this case is like it's got this extra like sort of piece in the middle here. It's kind of like dead space. So it doesn't, the cable routing doesn't look as nice, IMO. Power SATA cable to go with the SC. I don't know, that's very specific. I don't know. Montec Century has Jap caps, Nippon, Chemicon, and Rubicon. Oh, right. Well, that I don't know what any of that means apart from the Japanese capacitors. But that's good. That's nice to know. All right. So we can start with some cable routing now. Starting to take shape, ladies and gentlemen. Would you try custom looping in this case? Yeah, you probably got enough room for it. If you wanted. I mean, I've done custom loops before. I've stopped doing them because they're just not worth it. But it's so expensive, so much maintenance, and I don't know, it's just not worth. Not worth for me. Here's Stu, you're going to buy a Dell Optiplex 5070 with i797 and 32 gigs. Well, why does that sound stupid? That sounds like a great deal. I can't. I'm struggling to believe it's that price because the RAM alone and the CPU and everything would be worth it, wouldn't it? I wouldn't call that a stupid idea at all. Yeah, so Pedrocas, you are correct, but most people don't stress their PCs super hard all the time. So, you know, for example, if I was building a PC for a production company, which I've done before, you know, if it's going to be a workstation that's in use like every day, I would go for like a higher end sort of platinum style PSU because it would be worth it for that kind of person. But I just don't see it being an issue. The problem is that Windows is corrupted. Well, that's a very easy fix. Windows is corrupted. Just reinstall it. Bada bing, bada boom. Custom loop to bang someone's mum. But see, the thing is, I'm already banging all of your mums, so I don't know why you'd make me also have to do a custom loop. Do you know what I'm saying? Yeah, it depends, Petrocast, doesn't it? I mean, most PSUs I think are very solid nowadays. There are some exceptions. You know, there was that Gigabyte series of units, wasn't there? The like the P750GM or something. I bought 5 of them at a good price, but 3 of them failed, which is pretty bad for power supplies. But other than that, I've had really good experiences with power supplies, actually. As long as you avoid the really dodgy brands, in general, you're going to be fine. Alright, so fed the cables sort of broadly through to where I think they should go. And then we'll rendezvous on the other side. Go. Might just turn the ISO up a bit so you can see it a bit better. Whoosh. There we go. Oh, Gary. I thought that was going to say, I hope you didn't do your back in, blowing her back out. And then I read the rest of the sentence. Is weak 3.3 volt rail on PSU going to be a problem? I don't think so, right? I think most of the important components use 12 volt rail, so I think it'll be all right. Yeah, the SFF PSUs yeah, they are a bit harder to find. You are correct with that, for sure. And they are expensive. Don't forget. All right, so USB 3 can go in. USB-C. As everyone knows, when you put USB-C cable in the front panel, it's always the way that you don't try it first. Yeah, you just caught me off guard with that. That's funny, man. Right. Fab. All right, then we've got a front panel. And then, oh, we've got a little 5-volt ARGB plug right here. I mean, this is not going to be very interesting for you guys because you will not be able to see what's going on. Who else in the chat hates the 5-volt ARGB header? Like, it's a disgusting design, isn't it? Come on. Right, PWM, that can just go in there. Marvellous. And then HD audio. Heck yeah, brother. PC is 9 centimeters wide. That's very, very narrow. Hate the USB connector. Do you know what? I think the worst USB connector is the USB 3 plug. Sometimes it's really tight in that little slot sometimes, you know what I mean? It's the one, it's the only real header on the motherboard I've ever really come unstuck with, is that one. Especially if you have to take the plug out later. You're like crossing your fingers, like really gently wiggling it out, hoping you're not going to rip that plastic surround off. Okay. Looking nice and neat in the front. I think I could make that neater by popping it through that bottom cutout instead. So let's do that. Want to do a good job that we're proud of, so we'll take the extra time to do that. Gosh. Hells yeah. Right, where's my 12-volt high power cable? Where did I put that little bugger? So we're going to take the 12-volt cable, we'll just pop the PSU, well actually it's double-ended, but put the PSU end through there. So we have that cable ready. I'll take the back off. Don't forget the fire extinguisher. Yeah, good point. Kind of a gross connector, isn't it? I mean, I agree that there needed to be a new plug, because having like 4 8-pins coming out of it is stupid. But obviously the design wasn't fantastic because it was causing all those burning issues. I've never had it happen, but obviously there's enough of it happening that it does occur, so you just have to be really careful, make sure it's definitely fully plugged in. Go. Ugh. Okay. So you hear it click in, and then I put a hand behind and just do it 3, 4, 5, 6 pushes, or however many you want, just to make sure it's definitely in. And we should avoid any major flame catastrophes by doing that. And we'll pull the sack through in a mo. Okay. Right, it's time for some cable management. Everybody's favourite. The difficulty with these dual chambers is that, like, they've got depth, but it's quite hard to get round there and hook the actual cable ties in. They need to put longer cable ties in with this case. This is a real fiddle. Set it and forget it. Getting there. Getting there. Yeah. Come on. Oh, that's going to need tying to something. Oh, I'm sorry this is so boring, guys, but cable management is not exciting. Is stealing RAM from school PCs reasonable? You know I can't endorse stealing. Yeah, that's how anarchy ensues. Okay. Okay. I think that is as neat as we're going to get it. I think that's perfectly acceptable. It's perfectly serviceable. So let's put in the actual unit. So 12 volt high power can go in, or 12 volt 2x6, I should say. And then we will need CPU power. Where did that go? There it is. And then just to be nice, let's put in SATA power plug. Just in case they want to add a hard drive or something in the future. We can just stuff that into there. And then motherboard cables. I don't know anything really about the 3060 Ti models anymore. That was a long time ago. You know what? I think taking a breather with your cable management is actually a very healthy sign. So I wouldn't feel bad about that at all. Cool, cool, cool. We're just securing the back with screws. Almost done. We'll find the final power supply screw wherever that's gone. I can see it. I've dropped it. It's under the table. Crack-a-lackin'. I think for a chamber that's that deep, I think we've done well with the cable management there. I think that's perfectly acceptable. Well, if you just look it up, if you want to know what the dimensions are, you just Google it. You don't need to ask a YouTube chat about it. You look at the 3060 Ti's you can afford, and you look at the dimensions. Or ask ChatGPT or something. That's one of the things that AI is actually good at, is scraping information from the internet. So just tidy up some of the front chamber cables, get them looking nice. Needs more zip ties and rubber bands. What's the difference between the depth and the height? Well, they all list the dimensions differently, but you'll know because it's always going to be wide. The biggest number is always going to be the width, isn't it? It's not like you're going to have a card that's like taller than it is the other way. So you can just look at the numbers and you can work it out. Okay. And it's time to boot it up and see. Well, you're back. Well, you're just in time for us to boot this baby up. I need to just clear a bit of space. And we will reveal the PC. Got hit with the flu. Unlucky brother. Quite late for the flu now. It's into February. We're just tidying up and then go. I think building PCs out of old, very cheap parts as a hobby is a great idea. Yeah, I just don't expect to make any money from it, any good money, but if you're just doing it for fun, then you could do anything you want as long as it doesn't hurt other people. A4000. Just plugging things in, and then we will boot it up. Get hyped. Become a hype beast. Have you ever gone to cut a cable tie and accidentally cut a wire? No, I haven't, but I do keep it in mind every time I cut it. So I always like run the cable tie through my fingers to make sure that it's not going to go over anything. It's an easy mistake to make though. Just getting the other camera ready so that we can boot up the PC. Right, set that to manual focus for a second. Go. Ooh. Right. Time to reveal. Hey, Tippy, that's a good idea. Yeah, I think that would work really well. So here's the completed build. Hopefully you'll agree, it looks really nice. Let's turn it on. Moment of truth. Hey. Show me some RGB, please. There we go. Hell yeah. Don't like the yellow USB ports against the wood. What, on the top? Remove them right now. Wow. Very angry. Very angry about the yellow. So I think we're RAM training at the moment, so just waiting for that. And there we go. We've got a post here. What do we think, guys? I think this has come out really nicely. It looks nice and clean. We've got the liquid cooler ends here, so you can still see the two fans. I think the customer will be pretty pleased with this one. What do you think? I think we've pulled this off very nicely. So I think it's time to update the BIOS, do all that stuff. So we'll do that. We'll install Windows, and then I'm going to say goodbye to you. A GPU support's necessary for a dual fan. Well, honestly, I would just install your GPU. If you see that it's sagging, then buy a BIOS support. That's just the easiest way. Like, for example, this has 0 sag, and it comes with a brace in the box, so you don't always need it, but it's a nice to have, I suppose. Yeah, so Gary, it can look a bit like that. And I mean, among the wood cases, this isn't one of my personal favorites, but I don't know what, it's so popular. Like people buy so many of these, like compared to my other spec. Like it's up there with the best sellers. We'll peel this outside one off. But I will keep it safe so that I can put it back on for the customer, because it's always nice to peel off the film, isn't it? So yeah, it looks all right. I mean, I wouldn't have this personally, but there you go. There's also a little sticker over the Corsair logo there. Take that off. Okay. That, we got that, we got that, we got that. Hopefully we have everything we need here. Let's see. Right, so let's take you in to see the screen now. Whoop. Hello. Fabulous. Hide a cheeky lollipop inside for the customer. Yeah, I'll just put it in the, I'll just mount it to the side of the GPU. Philo, next live stream, probably next Sunday. It depends. I think probably next Sunday. Probably, most likely. Okay, so I want to do a flash. I want to flash to BIOS. So I haven't used Sapphire as much as before, so I've got to find where the BIOS flash button is. BIOS update, there it is. USB Kioxia or Kingston? Yeah, Kioxia. Oh, it's just going to search it. That's cool. Okay. Beautiful. I do want to upgrade the BIOS. Thank you very much. Okay. I'm going to take this opportunity to visit the little boy's room. Do I pre-install OS? For the customer? Yeah. if they choose it. Some people choose not to include an OS, and that's fine as well. So, yeah. Expo, no, so we won't enable the Expo yet because we're doing a BIOS update. So after the BIOS update is done, then absolutely. Ah, hello, hello, I'm back. You had replaced the case. Yeah, that's up to you, isn't it? Do you add void tools everything? No, I don't use that. I wouldn't. The problem is, I wouldn't do Linux because I'd have to offer like technical support for Linux. So it's a bit tricky. I think Linux is mainly for enthusiasts at the moment. So it comes with its own burdens, unfortunately. So Tippy says, do you think the next gen RTX will just be mostly AI with raw performance 46? No, no, not at all. I think they're definitely going to be faster, but who knows when they're going to come out? Do you know what I mean? Okay, so we can reset the TPM, get into the BIOS. GPU is not on fire, which is fantastic. That's just what you want to see. Cool. So we are here. I'm going to put Windows on first before setting up any of the BIOS because it's going to let you enable the secure boot a bit easier and things like that. So we'll just do that. So just waiting for it to boot onto the Windows installation USB. Actually, just waiting for it to boot full stop at the moment. Where's my picture? Which CPU cooler? It's the ID Cooling FX240 INF, as in Infinity. Just that with 2 RGB fans on the top. Oh. I feel like I might have seen this screen more than anyone in human history. Don't know how reliable the Sapphire mobos are. Yeah, nor do I really. They seem to be pretty well built. So I don't really have a problem with using them, but we'll see. We'll upgrade them to Pro for free. Why not? Accept. Takes so long to install Windows now. Windows 10 didn't take this long. Windows 10 I'd already be at the desktop by now. Well, while we wait, why don't we select our favourite candies? So we have the Candy Kittens Wanderlust or the Shock Sours. What do you think? I suppose I could just have both. But these absolutely goated on the sweets, baby. Yo, what's with the pole? Wow, it's a trick pole, Mr. Owl, because I've already banged your mum anyway. Yeah, the shocks, man. The shocks are good, bruh. They are probably... They just about edge out the Wanderlust. I think the Eat and Mess are my favourite. I love Candy Kittens, man. So good. Oh, hell yeah. If the RAM situation gets bad enough, we'll have to hand weave Soviet era magnesium memory. That's a good idea. Sounds like a business idea. How have people voted in the poll anyway? Let's have a look. Yeah, that's it. You guys are all pretty smart because you're holding out for the SSD. And that's exactly what I would do as well. Just when you think you've installed Windows, here it is installing again. Do I trust ASRock boards at AM5? Yeah, no, I think they're fine. I've never had an issue. I've probably used about 35 of them now. Never once had a bad combination. And I don't think any reputable outlet has actually been able to recreate the problem, despite like really trying to kill these things. So that gives me enough confidence. End of the day, I warranty all my systems for 3 years anyway, so if I start getting loads of ASRock problems, or any brand problems, you guys will be the first to know about it. No, they were okay for AM4. They were just more entry level for AM4, whereas AM5 they have offerings at sort of all levels. Although with the ASRock, they do offer you the most VRM, like per dollar or per pound. That at least from what I've seen. The problem with ASRock is I just don't like their BIOS really, but in terms of like building and selling computers, it doesn't matter too much like what the BIOS is like. I mean, just because of the BIOS, I wouldn't have one in my own computer. But no, because I do like to change some things in there. I just don't like the way that the ASRock BIOS is laid out. I like the way that, I think MSI has a nice layout to their BIOS. Well, the thing I'll say, Tippy, is pretty much all brands have bad customer support. Gigabyte, all right, but in the UK, I don't know what it's like in other regions. Okay. So obviously I use Rufus to create my USB sticks. Got a good video about that on the channel, which means that I've managed to skip all of those annoying privacy questions and skip to the Microsoft account requirement as well. There's the Sapphire Pure B850M Wi-Fi. I don't know about the VRM solution on that one, Gary. Have a look. I imagine it's just a white version of the Pulse, but let me have a look. Ooh! Hey, it's got a 12-phase VRM. That's pretty nice. 55 amps per stage. Looks solid. So if you need white, get the Pure. If you've got a black PC build, then get the Nitro Plus. Looks good, man. I mean, spec-wise, it looks good. I don't know about like what it's actually like, but are you sure about that, Mr. Al? I thought B850 mandated that you had to have PCI 5 on the X16 slot. Could be wrong. I don't really pay attention to it because it doesn't really make any difference to performance. Install this browser, install that browser. I will just leave that to the customer. They can do what they want. The main one I use is Firefox myself, but I actually find Edge is actually quite good now. It's very fast. Good. Maybe just install the chipset driver while we're here. I try and do as many of the driver installs offline, keep it as clean as possible. What was the worst combination of parts I've ever done? Well, most people buy the ones that I've spec'd, so they're generally quite good combinations. There was one time, it was ages ago now, somebody insisted that I build them a Ryzen 5 2600 and RTX 2080 Ti build, which I thought was silly. Because at that point, the 9900K was way faster. But generally, I won't build somebody a bad computer. If they give me a spec that I think really, really is bad, like a really poor combination, and they don't give a good reason why they need that combination, then I'll just say, listen, I'm sorry, I'm just not quite happy with doing that one, and hope you find what you need to, but we can't help you on this occasion. But that is pretty rare. Usually people will, when I explain why maybe you'd want to try this or that, they're usually pretty receptive to it. And I think a lot of people run their builds through ChatGPT now. Oh, well, yeah, but that's a good combination. 7600 with 2600 is quite a good balance. Remove the Copilot. So I agree, but I only do that kind of extra debloating if the customers pay for the Premier optimization option. But I can remove the icon. There you go. Bye-bye. Okay, chipset, graphics done. Hopefully this is the correct Trix software. No, so it's the Trix M is what we need, isn't it? Right, shall we sort out the BIOS now then? I think it's a good time to do that. Okay. Unfortunately, Signal RGB doesn't support Sapphire motherboards yet. So you definitely want PBO on. And we'll set the limits to motherboard, but no further tweaks there because they haven't paid for the optimization. And then we'll put the Expo. So if you get the choice on AMD between XMP and Expo, please pick Expo because it's going to give you the better sub timings for Ryzen. So Expo, and then we just do some fan tweaks. The system's already effectively silent now, so it shouldn't need a huge amount of tweaking. And this one, because it's a pump, we will do it slightly differently. I haven't tried OpenRGB, but I guess the benefit of those softwares is that they'll combine all your RGB into one app. But to be honest, these all just run off the motherboard anyway. So whether I use Tricks or whether I use OpenRGB is probably irrelevant. And usually the motherboard supplied software does actually control the RGB a little bit better than Signal does in terms of like the effects that you can achieve. So there is that as well. So that should be a nice quiet fan curve, and then AIO pump is set to 80 and then ramps up to 100 at 70 degrees. All right, that looks good to me. So I don't think we need to do anything else in here. Save user profile. Oh, we don't know. We want it on the. Okay. Save changes and reset. Oh, so Tippy, the best way to find out what VRM is just literally go on Google, type in Asus Prime B450M-A2, and then just write VRM afterwards and then search for it. And then the AI Google search will tell you. It's pretty good. But it probably won't be very good. That's all I'm going to say. Okay, we're in. So now we can connect to the internet. Connect to the guest Chungus. I'll go to edit power plan. Change these to some more sensible times. And then disable the fast startup. Lovely. Hide all desktop icons. No, I will leave that to the customer to decide. It's up to them what they want their desktop to look like, not me. Not me. Okay. Tricks M. Well, actually, we've got this up here, so we can have a look now, can't we? Google.com. So what is it? Asus B450M-A2 VRM. I doubt it's got a good VRM. Probably a 4-phase. Yeah, 4+2. Not a very good VRM, I'm afraid. I think you'll be fine on your Ryzen 5s, but the Ryzen 7s, you might get away with it. I'd point a fan at your VRMs, basically. Put a top intake fan to cool the VRM. I think you're going to struggle with a Ryzen 7 on that, but a Ryzen 5 will be fine. Right, we've got some updates running, and hopefully TrixM has finished downloading. Do I reckon Linux is better than Windows? Depends how you say better, right? I mean, it's not ready for mass adoption yet, I don't think. So I think, yeah, top intake case fan to get the most out of that. If you haven't already bought the motherboard, I would try to get one that's got a 6-phase VRM at least. Like ASRock B450M/AC is got much better VRM. How 16+1 is fine for an i7 14700? I should bloody hope so. Yeah, so let me show you how we can work this out, right? So we get the calculator up. So you have a 16-phase VRM, and we're going to assume it's got 60 amp power stages, because that's what most of them have got. Hang on, it's doing this because it's installing the AMD iGPU driver. There we go. So 16 times 60. So worst case scenario, with the CPU running at 1 volt, and it never does, it will be running at like 1.2, 1.3. But let's be really conservative. That's 960 watts of power handling capability. But if you want to be really safe, you divide it by 2. So on your 16-phase VRM, you can handle 480 watts without any issue at all. I think the 14700 probably pulls, what, 150 watts, 200 max? So you've got way over double what you need with a 16-phase VRM. Whereas if we instead, let's go with that 4-phase VRM, and we're going to be generous and say that it's got 60 amp power stages. I don't know if it does, but let's say 4 times 60 is 240. Then you divide that by 2. So you don't want to put any CPUs in there that are over 120 watts, but don't always take this number as read, because if you've got a huge heatsink and they're good quality VRMs, then you'll be fine if you put a 105 watt chip in there. But if you've got like a bare VRM without any heatsink on it, without any airflow, and if they're low quality, then you'll easily eat up that capability. And actually, many of the really cheap VRMs, they might even only have 50 amp power stages. So you're going to be limited to 100 watts of safe current, of safe power handling. So you're very, very borderline. You'll get away with it, but you're very borderline with a 105 watt chip on that board. It's not my computer. I don't care. It's for the customer to decide what they want to do with their PC. Right, so Trix is up and running. That's good. The rainbow effect is in, and I will leave it at that, I think. Oh yeah, we're definitely with an undervolt tippy. But honestly, in your case, you want top intake fan, at least one top intake fan pointing at the left side of the motherboard. It will help. Yeah, but the thing is though, Halbeam, if you just do a CPU torture test and get hardware info up and see how much it pulls, I'd be really surprised if a 14700 pulled more than 210 watts. I'd be really surprised. We don't add any bloatware, no. No, we don't add bloatware. We just do a clean offline installation. Because I want people to get this PC and I want them to just go, you know what, it's just nice to have a plain installation that I can just get on and install my games on. So I don't want to put a load of bloat on it. It's probably not worth it. I can't imagine like McAfee or whatever pay very much. It's probably like £2 per PC or something. So if that, it's not really worth it. So yeah, Tippy, if you're short on cash, you'll get away with it. But point some fans at your VRM. Give it a chance, you know what I mean? All right, well, I think we can wrap this up in a minute. I guess we should do some thermal testing very quickly and then I'll log off. How do you make money? Well, you charge for the service of building the computer. That's how you make money. Yeah, nice. Beautiful. i7 Black Friday with a B760. Yeah, I like that. The B760 is a bit underrated, I think. There's some really good quality ones out there for good price. You just can't overclock the CPU. So yeah, that's the only downside. So if you wanted to squeeze a bit more performance out, then you won't be able to do that, obviously. Why not top exhaust? Because you don't get the same level of airflow over the VRM by doing an exhaust. You need to push the air onto the VRM to give it some fresh air to cool, because that end of the PC has all the warm air from the rest of the system going over it. So if you give it a bit more of a chance with fresh air. It's counterintuitive because people would tell you never to do top intake. You should always do top exhaust, but it does depend on what you're trying to do with the PC. Cool, so we've got our GPU test running, and I think if you're going to do a temperature test, guys, you really should be running the CPU and GPU together to really stress everything, including the power supply. So we're going to run Prime 95 as well. That's going to start to eat up that CPU. And then we'll give it 5-10 minutes, see how that does. Usually around 10 minutes, it's close to being heat soaked at that point. So we'll see. I do need to put the panel back on the case to make it a fair test, so we'll do that. What's the most bizarre request? Ooh, good question. Most people are actually really sensible nowadays. I don't know, people don't really ask for that much weird stuff anymore. I'm trying to think if there was anything in particular. No, I mean, there was a guy that he got like an RTX 3060 with Ryzen 5 3600 system. But he got like a 2 terabyte Samsung 990 Pro. And at the time, those drives were like £310 or something. I was trying to convince the guy to say, like, look, you don't need a 990 Pro for your gaming PC. Get this, like, you know, crucial one or whatever. save £100 and then you can get yourself a 3060 Ti GPU. But he wasn't having any of it. He said, no, my mate said, I need to get the fastest SSD possible for the best performance. And I said to him, okay, the SSD will not affect your game performance, but I will build whatever you want. I just need you to know the information that I'm telling you now so that you can't come back. Basically, the next bit that I said in my head was so that you can't come back to me and say, why did I waste my money? So that it's just weird stuff like that. People get hung up on particular parts needing to be good. You get people, you know, with a Ryzen 5 3600 again, getting some kind of like insane X570 motherboard with 14 power stages, and they go, oh, so I can get more out of the CPU. But you won't. Spend that money on a GPU. Spend it on a better CPU. Do you know what I mean? Should have got ASRock A520M Pro 4, just a lack of overclock feature, similar price, but 6+2 VRM. Well, the thing is, Tippy, you're going to run into a different problem with that one because with the A520, you can't enable the precision boost overdrive. So, ironically, you don't even need the 6 phases on that one because you're not going to be pushing your power draw. So, yeah, tough. Do you think Mag MSI Tomahawk Wi-Fi motherboard? So if you mean the B650, then yes, I wouldn't get any of the other Tomahawks because they're just not needed. So the B650 Tomahawk is a beast. That's a really good and well-priced motherboard. But all the X boards you don't need for a gaming build. Right, thermal-wise then, we are at 79C on the CPU and 67.8 on the GPU. Not too bad. GPU cooling is really good nowadays. You used to get some dodgy models, but it doesn't really happen anymore now. That's pretty cool. So it's going well. It's not pulling as much power from the CPU as it could, so maybe I've just got to wait for Prime 95 to sort of kick into gear a little bit. But, you know, in the UK, the B650 Tomahawk Wi-Fi is 155, 160 pounds, and that is a good board for that money. Not that you even need that. I mean, B650 Eagle by Gigabyte is going to be enough for most gaming builds as well, and that's even cheaper. But you know, you're not paying much extra for the Tomahawk, and you are getting a more robust motherboard. So that's how I'd balance that. Oh, set all the fans to exhaust. No, I haven't had that. I have had people that I've used reverse blade fans in their build, and they've complained saying you've set all my fans to exhaust, and then I have to explain to them, no, they're reverse bladed on that side, so that it all looks nice. And they go, oh, I've never heard of that. I was like, yeah. Turns out I know what I'm doing. Okay, noise levels are starting to rise on the PC now, but it is under full load. Mainly coming from the CPU cooler. What about ASRock B850M-X Wi-Fi? There's an R2 version now. That's really the bare minimum that I would ever use for a Ryzen 7800X 3D build. Because it's only got a 6-phase VRM. So you get away with it, but really AM5, your sweet spot is your 8, 10 and 12 phase VRMs. Any of those three, you're going to be in a good way with those. So with the ASRock, you're only going to be saving a small amount, and you are going to be getting a weaker VRM. So not one that I'd usually recommend. Oh no, install that. Yeah, I've seen that before. Here they go. But what they think is they think they can just plug in the SSD and suddenly magically their PCs can get faster. They don't understand that they have to move it all over. Is that a normal temperature? You probably can't see it very well because of the text. Let me zoom out a bit. There you go. So it's currently running at 80C. Yeah, that's fine. So the thing with Ryzen CPUs is when you put them into the stress test, over time the PBO will just keep boosting the CPU, keep boosting it, add more voltage, etc., until it reaches a certain thermal point. So it's quite normal for a 7800 XUD, 9800 XUD to hit 87 degrees C in a stress test. But when you play a game where not all the cores are saturated, you'll be sitting at like 60C. So a game temperature is very different to a stress test temperature. The goal of a stress test is to make sure there's no runaway temperatures, but mainly just for stability. And that's why if you read Amazon reviews, they'll go, oh, this kept my Ryzen 9 down at 30 degrees C. But they don't tell you that that's in the BIOS or on the Windows desktop. Someone else will do that when they're playing a game. Someone else will do it when they're doing Cinebench. So it's not an apples to apples comparison. Yeah, unlucky, Tippy. This is the thing, though. But, Tippy, I'm not going to blame you for this because YouTube content creators do an awful job at telling people what features on a motherboard mean and what they actually matter. So I wouldn't blame you. Like, nobody's out there giving you this information. Most people just look at the motherboard, and if it's got a big hunk of plastic over the VRM area, they'll go, oh, it's a nice board. They don't know what they're talking about. Buddy got an Aorus Elite B650 on offer. Oh, those Aorus Elites are quite nice, aren't they? Yeah, yeah. I think that has a good VRM as well. Look it up. I think it's at least an 8-phase, which will be fine. In fact, the Aorus Elites usually have like 12 or more phases, so you should be right. Yeah, well, see, Gary, that's unfortunate, but you know why this happens, right? Because people watch a channel like PC Centric, and I'm not going to tell you that I don't like PC Centric or whatever. His videos are quite nice and good, and he seems like a nice guy. But people don't read between the lines. He gets sent those things for free. That's why he uses them. The companies pay him to make the videos. That's why he uses them. When you watch my channel, because I'm running a business, I will choose parts that are good value but still offer good performance. So you just have to like take that, read in between the lines, think what's the motivation for this person telling me about this motherboard, and why might their decision be influenced one way or the other? Because everybody has bias. Do you think that an AMD Ryzen 5 7500F and Asus TUF B850 plus Wi-Fi are a good combo? Probably, yeah. How much are you paying for that TUF board? But I really like the 7500F as a CPU. Hardware Unboxed just started RAM speed capability on the Mobos. I think that's probably not wise. Like, Hardware Unboxed is a great channel. They do really good testing at stock levels, but I don't think they've got the skill, to be honest, with the RAM. Because are they quite good with RAM overclocking? I thought they were I thought they had a bit of a checkered history with memory, so I don't know. At least with them, they're not promoting one particular board over the other most of the time. I do think their Hardware Unboxed are fairly unbiased. They definitely have an AMD bias slightly, but overall I find that they're pretty neutral, which is good. By the way, before you start regretting a GPU, no, Gigabyte GPUs are great. I use them all the time. And their warranty service in the UK is pretty good. I've never had a problem with a Gigabyte. Oh, actually, I've had one problem, but they RMA'd it. It took them 30 days, in fairness. It's not a very quick service, but they gave me a new one. 4070 Ti Super broke. They sent me a new one. So I think Gigabyte GPUs are fine. All the GPU manufacturers are good. The only one is Inno3D, which I wouldn't use like a 5070 Ti or higher, but anything else from them is fine. Well, yeah, Gear Seekers is a cool guy. His content is suffering a lot. He's not getting very good views. It's really well produced and everything. I don't really know what his issue is with getting views. I don't know. The VRM part Hub is good at, but I do think they overestimate what most people need. Do you know what I mean? And VRM performance is really difficult to evaluate properly because a lot of it will be case dependent as well. Like, what's the airflow over that area going to be? It's going to be different for different CPUs, and depending on what you even want to do with your CPU. So, and I think there's definitely a role. Like, I think the way that Hardware Unboxed and that test stuff is that they just do it at stock with XMP or Expo on, which I think is perfectly valid. So I don't really have a problem with that, to be honest. But it's also true to say that you might be able to get more out of your PC by tuning it. I mean, everybody that was here on last week's stream, where we got that tiny little cooler, that little Thermalright copper cooler, like this big, to cool a 9800 X3D down to 78 degrees C and still have good performance. You know, if you ask anyone, they say, no, 9800 X3D, you have to have a really big air cooler or a liquid cooler, and we proved that wrong. So, you know. Yeah, I mean, I think every brand has horror stories. If you look deep enough, you'll find a scandal for every single one of these companies. You had Asus with their RMA stuff, you had Gigabyte with their power supplies, you had MSI when they were trying to sell GPUs on an eBay store at scalp prices. ASRock have had the supposed exploding CPUs. I've never seen it, and I've used dozens of them, but maybe it's real, maybe not. Who else is left? Sapphire, they're new, so who knows? What other motherboard manufacturer? The NZXT? Well, NZXT are just rebranded ASRock boards, so you can just count all of their same potential issues. So you look deep enough, you're always going to find an issue. Maybe not Power Color. Power Color and Sapphire have been pretty clean, I suppose. So it's difficult. Is that true, Pedrocast? Did they do that? I don't remember. So they tuned the RAM to make it a better. That's so funny. Ah, upgraded to front panel mesh case. Nice. I still assert that the best kind of PC case is just a standard front to back, standard tower with really good perforation on the front, and that will get you excellent thermals. And I don't know, never had an issue with the Gigabyte motherboard. They've always, not actually, that's not true. AM4 had a couple of issues with their Gigabyte motherboards with RAM problems, but the AM5s are all rock solid. Hey, what do you use to connect? Oh, it's just like an Amazon 1080p screen. It's just easier to move this around than having a formal monitor. I don't use this to actually use day to day. It's just to show that the PC's working. Yeah, how efficient the 9800 X3D was. It's fantastic. So last week we limited it to 95 watts, and we were still getting 460 FPS in Fortnite. So it's great. The NZXT has poor BIOS support. Oh, does it? Interesting. I've got an N7Z790 that I got as a warranty replacement, and I'm waiting for Intel to release that Bartlett Lake S. And if they finally release that, then I've got a use for that board, but we'll see. Leon Lee has a history of being pro-consumer. Pedrocast, so I've got a little bit to the contrary there. So I used to use those Strimer cables, and I had to stop using them because they just kept breaking all the time. So I sent them back, and Leon Lee were really funny about giving the RMA because I didn't include one of the plastic cable clips in the box. And for that reason, they were dragging their heels on giving me the RMA. So different strokes, different folks. I mean, that's only one experience, so I'm not saying that's how it always is, but that's just what I got. So yeah. Yeah. So the thing is, Pelican, that would be cool, isn't it? If you could just flash an ASRock BIOS, but I guess they're going to be they're not just going to be, you know, like a Riptide or a Phantom Gaming that's just been rebadged, are they? They are going to be different boards, so I don't know if they could do that. Is the warranty really works in the UK? It depends. Most of them will give you something. It's just some of them are better than others. You know, like Corsair, Montec, Antec, fantastic warranty service. MSI, Gigabyte takes ages, like 30 days, 60 days to get your stuff back. So yeah. Another question, does PNY EpicX RGB 5060 Ti 8GB just cost that much because of RGB? So really, with my approach to GPUs is just get the cheapest version of the chipset, so, and VRAM obviously. So I can't really tell you that I get a better experience from, let's say, a Sapphire Nitro Plus 9060 XT 16GB versus like a Power Color Reaper, which is the cheapest version. They all just seem to perform the same, and the cooling is pretty close. It's really only for overclockers where the higher end models really make sense, from what I've seen. Well, yeah, see, Pelican, that's the thing, mate. Because I really need them to release this Bartlett Lake S, because I've got the motherboard there, I've got some 7200 megahertz RAM that I could overclock. I need them to bring that out, otherwise I'm going to have to cave and get a 4900K. I don't really want to, but yeah. Because the Bartlett Lake, if they do bring it out, it's all P cores, isn't it? I think, right? So that's should improve things, I'm guessing. Yeah. So Pedro, yeah, it's all about looks. It is mainly about looks, mainly. Yeah, you are right. Do you think Be Quiet fans are worth it? I wouldn't think so. If you're on a budget, just get some like Thermalright fans. They're really cheap. You'd always pick the SFF GPUs, fairly priced and can fit them in. Yeah, pretty good. Yeah, I think they're all fine as well. The Gigabyte SFF versions are pretty decent. Can't complain. Right, how are we doing on thermals now? So we're sitting at 80 degrees C. It seems to have capped out there. Only pulling 70 watts. Not amazing. Usually this would pull 90, but don't know. GPU thermals pretty good. It's it's not loud, it's not quiet. I'd say it's kind of like average noise level coming from the PC at the moment. I think if you got a better version of this 5070 Ti, it might be a little bit quieter, but this will still get the job done. Yeah, Arctic P12's good choice as well. Could you say a bottle of water, please? Well, you guys would say a bottle of water. Can I have a bottle of water? Hey, you there, sir. Could you bring me a big old bottle of water? No, sir, but I can bring you a bottle of water. Yeah, the Gigabyte Aorus 9070 XT Elite and Power Color Reaper, and they're both the same. But you know what, Pelican? That Power Color Reaper is actually pretty nice. I quite like it. Which good GPU under 450 fits with, well, literally the best one you can get for the money. So that money, if you get really lucky, you might get a RTX 5070. Otherwise, you'd be looking at a 5060 Ti or a Radeon 9060 XT 16 gig. Either of those would be fine. How much more would you pay for a 9800 X3D versus 78? It does depend on your usage, doesn't it? Now, if you're just a standard down the road gamer, you just play, you know, a few times a week, you're not like top of your like bracket or whatever, I think the 7800 is really good and it's great value. Maybe let's say it's probably worth like $50 to $60 more. You know, yeah. So you know, Pelican's on it because the Power Color Reaper, I think, is one of my favorite looking of the Radeon cards. I used one, an RX 9070, regular 9070 with a Reaper. It was really good. Ran cool, quiet, no coil whine. Although speaking of GPUs, I used a regular, like a 9070 non-XT. It was an Acer Nitro, and this thing was screaming like a banshee, right? So I had to actually RMA it, and I got the Power Color Reaper instead for like 20 quid more, and it worked great. So. Oh, is it? It's the same for all or aluminium. Yeah, so you say aluminum because Americans don't have the patience to say aluminium. You like the Sapphire logo, the pulse. Pulse! As a PC builder, what is your basis on service fee, flat rate, percentage? Usually it's just whatever the parts cost plus about 10%. Yeah, plus about 10%, and then plus like 20 quid to cover all the shipping, packaging, and stuff. But really, I'm probably paying about 35 for that. So yeah. All. Could I get you a bottle of water? How about some chips with dip? Would you like a Gatorade with that? Perhaps some Twinkies? And watch the game? All right. I think we can wrap this one up. We do need to sync the time because it's not 11 p.m. It's just trying to say the American. Well, how else do you say it? Have a bottle of water? What do you say? Could I have a container of H2O? Yeah. Beef jerky? Sword? Sword. I will put you to the sword unless you get me a bottle of water. How much would you charge for simple cleaning and repaste job? Because I hate doing it, I'd charge £75. But that's because I hate doing it. I don't want to do it. So if I'm going to do it, you're going to make it worth my while. Because I have to, you have to think, like, I could do an extra shift at the hospital as doctor and earn £55 an hour. So you have to, at a certain point, you have to say, well, I'd probably rather just do a day in the hospital than clean out some gross PC. Tomato, 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 ketchup. Ketchup, catsup. Ketchup, catsup. Would you like to go down to Walmart, then to Walgreens, then to Wally's Diner? Top up your coffee, hon. Okay, we're going to do a little run through the PC to finish up. 25 queens? 25 quid? For that? Oh, impertinent. Oh, see, Tippy net. This is why, yeah, you got to be careful doing stuff with friends. Been there, my friend. It's quite hard to break a laptop fan as well. So I doubt that you broke it. Yeah, the hospital that I work at will pay for SHO rates for locum. Not just that's not what I'd get every day. That's for like an extra where they really need help. 55 an hour, but that's not my normal rate. That's extra rates for more work. Pretty cool. Take this off so you can see a little bit better inside. Oh god, I hate these panels. Feel really stiff. There we go. You and me sipping on some English tea. Yeah, never worked for family or friends. Yeah, it was a bearing that had gone. Oh right. Oh, I see what you mean. Yeah. So I think this has come out nicely. I think the customer will be pleased with how it's turned out. You show a little bit outside. Is it still greyish? Yeah, I mean, today is a pretty good example. It is not particularly bright out. We'll do that in a minute. It's bloody grey all by time, isn't it? Fabulous. Right, people, get your questions in because stream will be ending momentarily. I mean, you could put handles on it. Or you could just man up and lift the heavy object, Get yourself in the gym. All you guys, you should be in the gym. Get swole, get the goal. The goal being your mum. You'll build me the Fractal 7 XL. I've never even heard of that, but it sounds massive. All right. Well, as promised, you can see the grey British outdoors. It's actually brightened up a bit now. Actually looking like somewhat bright out there. It was absolutely tipping it down earlier. We can open the door. Oh, it's quite enough. That is quite enough fresh air for one day. Come on, we are gamers after all. A lot of the trees haven't started growing back yet. Early days. Yeah, I mean, it's actually sunny. Well, I wouldn't say it's a sunny day. It's a sunny afternoon. It was absolutely tipping it down earlier. But there you go. All right. So final run through, just for people that didn't quite catch the spec. So the case is the Corsair 2500X. We've got 3 case fans. These are Gamdius Notus M1s. So we've got normal, reverse blade there. We have this liquid cooler, FX240 by ID Cooling. We've got this 32GB of Acer Predator DDR5 RAM, Sapphire Pulse motherboard, Ryzen 7800X 3D, and MSI Ventus 5070 Ti, and then powered by the Montech Century 2. Well, it depends the call, you know, like what kind of trees it is. Are they deciduous trees or are they evergreen, you know? Got a bit of a mix around here. It's quite nice. Nice little view out the window, you know? Can't complain. Little PC building, Sunday, you know? So Gary, that mess that you're talking about, that's not like it's like a signature move of mine. That's like the sign of a good time. Let's see, does that work? That kind of works, doesn't it? Oh, so I think we're going to sign off there. So, did you check the order you received earlier? Yes, I did. It was a configurator build. Actually, a little bit of an unusual one. I can probably show you. Just need to make sure I don't dox the customer. Yeah, I can do that. I can do that. So, wow, it's going to be really hard for you to read that actually. So I've got a configurator page that, you know, it kind of just lets you, it's like a £200 build fee and then you can pick the components from the list. It might be easier to show you the pictures actually. So it's quite, I've got to read this while you're doing it. So Windows 11 Home, some ARGB fans, black stuff. Inside, I've got the no custom sleeve cable. So CPU 9700X, 240mm black cooler, thermal grizzly cryonaut for some reason, no contact frame, MSI B850 Tomahawk, which is probably a bit overkill for that. 64GB of RAM. Oh my gosh, two 2TB SSDs, 9060 XT 16GB. 750 watt PSU. I think I need to think I need to email this guy and just see if he wants me to clean that up a little bit. Yeah. Thanks for the sub, Luis. Audio or audio? Germans say audio. We English would say audio. Ukraine is rainy, but yesterday is sun. Wait for some mega. Okay, cool. Thermal Grizzly, are you happy? I don't actually have any. I'll have to order some in. I tend to use Noctua NTH2 for the higher end builds. Slightly cheaper, similar performance. You're back and you've got an idea. We'll make it quick, so I'm about to log off in a minute. And of course, if you're UK based, don't forget to visit pc36.co.uk for my website. No, good build. No worries, Gary. Thanks for joining. We should have another one next weekend. In fact, I'll probably do this configurator build next weekend after I hash out some of the details with the customer, because I spent like £2,200 and it's only a 9700X and 9060 XT, so I think we could optimize some of those choices, you know? Yeah. I don't think he's going to need 64 gigs, so I'm going to see if I can get him better GPU and CPU and just maybe go for 32 gigs RAM and some other bits just to try and simplify it a little bit, you know, get a bit better value. So we'll see. Well, listen, thank you everybody for joining. I'm going to stop the broadcast in just a second. So thank you very much, everybody. I've got to get them in quickly. What's your recommendation of budget GPU? Arc B570, pretty good, as long as you're on a somewhat modern system. Arctic Silver 5, oh my gosh, classic. I'm sure it does just fine.